No. Unique on the line. Bronx Tales True Crime. Dago and the True Crime Cafe. The last 24 all day. Pavarotti, harsh reality. Truth and transparency. Jules True Crime reactions, eyes wide. Hildreth investigates. Won't slide. We read the blood in the paper. We trace the light of the maker. Every cover-up starts to shake. When the facts awake, we won't stop, till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays. Till the truth stays. Amber Vance with the thread in hand. Travis T. Logic, make it understand. Glitch DNA in the case file glow. Tearing them apart, let the details show. IDAHO4, every name we speak. Delphi, Karen Reed, we stay on the streak. Every contradiction, every hidden door. We're kicking it open, asking for more. No polished smile can save you. No silence gets to save you. If the story bends for power, we come back louder. We won't stop, till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays. Facts in the dark, we drag them in today. Every mask, every mark gets stripped away. Corruption in every way, we name it plain. Till the last false word, it's gone in the till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays.
All right, all you beautiful people, welcome back to the cafe. It's a great day, and it is great to see you all here again. Thank you for joining us today. Great show prepared today for you. We got an amazing guest joining us, as you all know. Ms. Logan from Bronx Tales True Crime will be joining us today. I am super excited for this. We haven't been able to do this for a long time. Beyond the verdict room, we do this, but this is a little different. So I'm grateful to have Logan here so we can pick each other's minds over this crazy new stuff going on. We got some documents to break down with you guys. We're going to look into the and probably react to the I know I will be Bryan Kohberger's psychological evals and stuff like that. I think we're going to be breaking down. So I'm super excited to have this guest with us today. You guys know how super intelligent Miss Logan is, how well she does this stuff, and how what a great job she does. I am just beyond excited for this. So please make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and please, if you will, make sure you guys let everybody know we're doing it here. You know how we do this. Let's kick this off and get this a moving, please. And thank ya. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, guys. Welcome back to the cafe. Thank you for joining us here today. We got a great show set up for you today. I'll be joined by Bronx Tales True Crime, Miss Logan herself. I got the honor of her getting some time off to be able to join me today. I was super excited to hear from her last night. To be able to do this is awesome. And uh, being able to just pick her brain for the things that we have been dealing with over the past couple weeks and stuff is what is exciting for me the most. But these new documents we have that have been coming out and stuff like that, we're going to talk about breakdown. I want to get her thoughts and feelings on this as well. Again, super exciting. So please make sure to hit the like button on both sides of the fence. Please, if you have not yet, pop on over to Bronx Tales. The link is in the chat. Make sure you hit the like button, share it out, and subscribe if you have not. And if you haven't, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. You should have been subscribed to her a long time ago. Hit the notifier. Make sure you don't miss anything she does, guys. You don't want to miss it. You would be highly disappointed. So let's get this show on the road. She should be getting here any time now. Oh, there she is, like the police, beating the door down. Hold on a minute. 1 second, guys. Let's see who we got here. Ah, there she is.
That always cracks me up.
Yes. I need a different one. It's loud. It scares me. How about that?
It sounds so real. It sounds
does.
like you live in Vegas in one of those communities where they have to have all the bars all over their windows because
Yes,
it's so bad.
I had my speakers on one day. I was doing that without headphones, and my wife come in here. She's like, "Who the hell's beating on that door?" Like I said, on my computer, hun. She was like, "Oh, okay." Yes.
Do that in the middle of the night. Wake everybody
I know,
up.
right. How are you today?
I'm excellent. I'm really excited to do a midday show. I don't know if I've ever gotten to do like a midday show during the week. And I was like, oh, this is the perfect day.
Yeah. I was heading to bed. I was getting ready to, I was in, oh my God. Mikey was in there too. I can't remember where the hell we were at last night. Jules. We were watching Jules last night. I had
Oh,
done my thing and watched that and learned some new stuff as always. And then, I seen your message. I looked down and happened to just look down. It must have been fate or something because I didn't hear nothing. I'm like, wait, what the hell? I thought something was wrong. I was kind of worried, to be honest with you, with the dog and everything. And
aw.
then I seen that and I was like, oh, hell yes. I've been waiting to be able to do this again. So this is
Yeah.
awesome. Absolutely awesome.
I was thinking about it yesterday and I was like, you know what? I'm going to just take Wednesday. I have the day off. I'm just not going to do anything. I'm not going to do a live. I'm going to take a break. And then I was like, but I don't want to not do a live. I can't miss a day.
You're just
So I was like,
me.
you know who goes live all throughout the week in the middle of the day? Dago does. Let me text him and see if he wants to do one together.
Absolutely.
Heck yeah.
I am grateful. Thank you so much for thinking of me and all of us. And I'm grateful to have your community here. As always, welcome to all the believers, or I'm sorry, the pack. The pack.
We are
That's
the
right,
pack.
the
I do
pack.
need to change that.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, welcome to all you guys for being here. Thank you for your mods joining us as well as my moderators, guys. We couldn't do this without you. We are so grateful. And I know we do the verdict room, guys, but this is a little different. You know what I mean? I think it's just, we get to kind of just bounce off each other and talk about these things. There's some crazy stuff going on. I was just at Sarge's this morning and watched the new Dr. Turby interview, which was very telling. It was kind of interesting. I'll be honest with you. So
I have not seen it yet.
yeah, he did it with what's her name? Ratuno. She's an attorney. Crime and Justice is the name of the channel, and it was
Okay.
very interesting. Very good interview, and it kind of opened your eyes a little bit. A lot of people, excuse me, a lot of people don't believe in what Turby has said. Well, and I've questioned it. Don't get me wrong. At this point, I don't think I do anymore. I think I believe in what he's saying, you know, that the hair in Ethan's hand, all of this stuff that he's come out with, he's sticking to his story. He's stuck to, you know, what he's talking about. He seems to be coming with integrity. So I'm just saying, like, why would this man do all this if it wasn't true? He has so much that he could lose on this. You know what I'm saying? Like his livelihood.
Do you remember any like little bombs or anything that he might have mentioned? I'm excited now.
I don't, because I went into it late, but it's
But
just the way.
definitely new stuff, right?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Couple new
yeah.
things.
He
Okay.
reiterated the things he's had. He's been very consistent. He's not changed his story. Nothing has, you know. He even got, if you remember, Logan, when he did his first come out, whatever you want to call it, Ann Taylor came back with a statement about him, so on and so forth. That didn't stop him. It did not. Yes, Tomboy, that is Miss Logan. Midday. It's awesome, isn't it? it didn't stop him, and he came right back with this 100%, and he stands by every word. In fact, this is a little bit of a bomb, Logan. We all know that Becca Barlow was part of the defense team, and
Yes.
she's the reason why Turby was involved in this. She reached out to him as a colleague, friend, whatever you want to call it,
Mm.
and asked him to join up with everything. He threw her under the bus as well today.
Oh, he's like, I'm taking nothing from nobody. People are going to get the truth and the
Yes.
facts from me. If I'm
Yes.
speaking out loud, I'm speaking exactly what it is.
Absolutely. And he did tell us that Brian's family, that's a little bit of a bomb. Brian's family contacted him, which explains now why Brian's PCR has a lot of Kirby's words in it, I think.
Mhm.
So there has been contact back and forth. I gotta feel like since Brian's family contacted him, I do believe Turby's spoken to Brian himself personally, in my opinion. So
I look at Brian's statement. Well, let me say two different things. A lot of people were saying, especially guilters, were saying, the family's not speaking out on his innocence. See, they don't even care. They don't even think he's innocent. Da 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 da. If you look at it, it more so just tells that the family was following Brian's lead. When he was silent, they were silent. When he
yes,
spoke out, they spoke out, which is great. I think it should show people that. Anyways,
agreed.
but so his statement for me, it was more so we know that he spent a lot of time on exactly each word he wanted to craft and the way he
Yes,
wanted to craft it in that statement. So it's like there are several things in that statement that I think people need to read between the lines in
yeah, I fully agree
because
with
it's
you.
deeper than just the sentences he put out there.
Yeah, and he's blatantly stating what he's stating, folks. The defense team screwed up. Okay, they were not defending their client. They did not do their job. They did not do what they were supposed to do. These are his words without saying his words. Okay, and like I said, he said not only Ann Taylor, but he said Vicka Barlow and the rest of the defense team were in the wrong as well. And it says a lot to me. If you're going to throw words like that out there, you have to be telling the truth, I would think, because if not, look what you could be facing. He doesn't seem nervous at all. I believe in him. I'll be honest with you. I do fully believe in him, Logan, and I believe what he's saying at this point. So, and
That's
and
great. I was worried Turvey was not going to talk after the first time
me
and was
too.
just going to say, be gone with everybody. I'm not dealing with Ray. I'm not dealing with that. But it's good to just know he is still out here talking.
It is, and he reiterated the hair in the hand, how he went to see this and that, and so on and so forth. Everything that he saw, and something came to my mind as I was talking about it. Sai came out and said it was a strand of hair. One, okay, one strand, whatever. If you guys remember, there was a body cam video of a law enforcement officer talking to another one where they were looking at Ethan and they stated something in regards to the fact that it looks like he has a squirrel in his hand. Everybody was like, "Why the hell is he saying he's got a squirrel?" Blah blah blah. One strand of hair does not look like you're holding an animal in your hand. A clump of hair, as Turby's stating it was, would definitely look something like that. He goes back and reiterates about that, the hair on the bed frame, the hair on the wall, the hair on the floor, the blood, all of it. Nothing's changed. So
Good
I'm
for
sorry.
him.
Right, and I'm glad to see somebody standing up for what they believe in, and standing with it, Logan. You know what I mean by that?
Right. Not
Sticking with it.
changing what they're saying either.
No, because we've seen Ray, Captain Flip Flopper is like a damn fish. He's flip flopping all over the place. I don't trust him. I don't trust in
Mm-mm.
nothing he says.
Nope.
I have no problems trusting Dr. Turby based on how he's explained himself and come forward at this point. And now with this one, I do fully feel like this is somebody we can trust. I'll just be honest with
That's
you.
amazing. I
Thank you,
cannot
Crime Tourist.
wait to listen to it. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it's gonna
Thank
be
you
good.
so much, Crime Tourist. We appreciate you so much. I appreciate everybody joining us today. I know it's a different time, so
Yes,
thank you for tuning in.
absolutely. And because of that, it is very much appreciated, Crime Tourist. You get a little thank you from Manny himself.
That's so funny. It's a little meatball. You know
Yes.
what I thought it was at first? You know those like little Debbie snacks? They're called like Starburst or something or
Star Crunch.
Star
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 Crunch.
Crunch. That's
Yes.
what it is.
You know, I've been told that some people think he's a poop. I've been told that. Some people said that looks like a ball of shit. Some people said that looks like what the hell was it? A Cocoa Puff. I've heard many
Oh my
things
God.
and other than meatballs, so it is what it is.
That's so funny.
Yes, yes, yes.
Star
Welcome,
Crunch.
Star Crunch. Those are awesome.
Those are
Those
pretty
are
good.
awesome. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome again, everybody. Since we have combined channels, I don't think it's going to be easy to say hello to every single person. It would take us a period of time, but I am grateful to see all of you in here. Every single one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all these awesome, amazing moderators for being here. Again, I love and appreciate each and every one of you. Great to have you here today. So, as we spoke, oh, I got to see somebody in here that I do have to do this for, though. I'm sorry. There you go, Jeebs. Anyway, so again, and you guys, Miss Grace is already doing it. If you have any questions throughout the live stream, put Q's in front of them so I can see and know that they're questions. Thank you. And I see you doing it already. Do you both think of what do you both think of Chris Whitcomb on the Custody Queens Atlanta's interview? I'll let you go first, ma'am.
Okay. So on the Custody Queens, I personally felt like it was the same interview one more again.
Yeah.
It seemed to be the same questions, no pushback. And honestly, I was really excited to see him on there again because of the Cy Ray interview and how they did give him some pushback. So I thought we'd get the same thing this time with this interview with Whitcomb, and we didn't. So it did just seem kind of the same. There were a few things that were once again the same, but the way he said it was a little bit different, making us think there was more there and we should be more interested in that certain topic, such as when asked about the relationships inside the house. We know he's already said, oh yeah, there's, relationships inside the house. But this time he was kind of like, oh, that's so interesting. There's so much there with the relationships in the house. So it made it seem like it was more interesting. We should look into that, but still no elaboration on it.
No, and he made that comment. I got 5 things I could tell you that would make you the biggest podcast on the internet and blah, blah, blah. And then moved on. You don't do that. I'm sorry, but no, you can't do that. Bullshit. I don't know. I agree with you. I reviewed both interviews yesterday. I think Lana's was a little bit more insightful, and I think Lana, because we know Lana amped him up. Lana got him worked up, got him excited. He was coming out of his seat. We were watching the body language through the whole thing. Every time Mikey pointed it out a lot too. Like every time he kind of shifts to the left and come out of his seat real quick, he's getting nervous. Okay, he doesn't like these questions, and Lana's not going to let him off the hook without giving some kind of follow up to what he's saying about things. And they argued. They got to a point where they were arguing about that Catwoman's vehicle coming back and forth. And we were sitting here yelling like, it's 2 different vehicles, Chris. They're not the same vehicle. We went through a whole thing over this. Lana's doing it. Everything. It's crazy. It is crazy what he was doing. So I don't know. I don't have much respect for him. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I like how obviously Lana, she's got every timestamp down. She's got the questions she's gonna ask. She knows everything that she knows, which is everything, right? So when she teams up with someone like him, I feel like he is wiggly. He's wiggly, and he's trying to word it in a way that it makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but I don't think he does, because he said one specific thing in Lana's interview, and in a nutshell, it was basically he thinks that we as the public didn't know anything on the case until he wrote his book.
Right.
Which was so strange. Like, no, we knew all of this like forever ago. Well, I don't know why he thinks that.
He's very, very. You're right on for one thing we pointed out yesterday. He's very squirrely or like a weasel is what he reminds me of. You know what I mean? Like a sly little weasel. And this is his job. He's a professional bullshitter. Period. Okay, that's what he does, and he does do it well. There's a lot of people that fall into his little trap, I guess you could call it. But a lot of us, we're watching this going, I got your number, bro. We don't trust you, bro. Sorry. We get it. We understand. We know what you're doing. Sell your book because that's all he said. We could start a new drinking game, Logan, about, just on the fact of it's in the book. Every time you hear it's in the book, take a drink, we'd all be face down on the floor. I mean, the dude was nonstop selling that book.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was. Moto says that absolute professional bullshit. That's what he does. That's what he does. And I was saying yesterday that the reason why I think this interview is back is because he's out here trying to clean up again. You know what
And
I'm
probably has
saying?
another book in the works, so he's got to keep his face out there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We don't believe him because you can't bullshit a bullshitter. Good point, Candy. Good point. Dana Lynn, thank you so much. Chris wants us to focus on the common space living room. What have we missed? I don't know, but at the same time, Dana, thank you so much for that super chat, Miss Logan. I'm sure this is
Thank you
yours,
so
right?
much.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Dana. We appreciate you so much.
He's making it a point to make sure as he's explaining it, and he said this on purpose, in my opinion. Well, when Lana came down running through I'm sorry, when Xana came down running through the living room area, and she may have bumped the table, and Xana this and that, we know it's not Xana, okay? But he's pushing that narrative with everything he has, full force, that it was Xana that was running through the living room, the common area, that bumped the table, so on and so forth, whatever. No, I'm not going to believe you, sir. I believe that it was Kaylee. I don't believe that it was Anna. Kaylee has a sock found in the living room. We know that when her body was found, there was one sock on her foot, one sock missing. That sock is in the living room, and there's blood on it. So are you going to tell me that the killers, plural, because that's what I believe, took a sock off her foot and took it downstairs and threw it on the floor? Come on. To lose the sock, I can picture somebody running and it coming off their foot as they're trying to get away from somebody. That fully makes sense to me. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So let's make some other stupid excuses up for this. Okay, that's all I'm saying, Chris. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. You can run your tour wherever you want to whoever you want. We're not going to fall for this. We've been here too long. We've been doing this too long. We know what we know. Anything you say to us at this point, unless you're telling us what we don't know, because I agree with you. I don't think he knows any more than we do, Logan. And in fact, I
No,
think he
I
knows
think
less
he
than
knows
we do.
less.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I truly believe that he really truly knows less than we do.
Yeah.
So Lana was talking to him and she had said something that hadn't really crossed my mind before, but what are your thoughts on when she said that maybe the table actually collapsed at one point?
I have no problems with that. Bethany said she heard actually, let me tell you, this is kind of dumb. I'm kind of embarrassed to explain this, but I did an experiment. I have a table just like that. I set it up in my dining room where I have basically a laminate floor like what was in that house. And I pushed it over on its side and I let it slam down on the floor. It made a pretty loud noise. Okay. It was pretty loud. On its side, it came down, bam, slam. The bang could be that, and it was loud, Logan. It wasn't just a boof, okay? That thud and everything. That table very likely could have come all the way over. Somebody's running through there. Think about how well it's going to stand up. It's not just going to slide. If you're trying to catch somebody and they're running, you could slam into that thing and knock it all the way over, okay? It hits the ground, and then somebody picked everything back up. We know there was water or some liquid or fluid on the floor. Again, that makes perfect sense. I fully agree with it.
It does make perfect sense. And it makes sense that some of those cups had liquid in it. And that's how some of the stuff got diluted. And that
Yes.
does make sense to my brain. The only thing I'm caught up on with that is there was also diluted blood above Ethan's head.
Yes,
So
there
how
was.
the hell did that get diluted?
Well, if you listen to Whitcomb, real quick. Hello, Miss Lori. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here with us. I just feel that Whitcomb is bound by certain laws since he's only involved as an author. I think he really does like Lana, though. Oh, I agree with that. And wants to see her succeed in winning a Pulitzer. I mean, he definitely does come off that way. Good point, and thank you for commenting, Lori. Appreciate it. And Moonlit has a question real quick. So what do you make of the spilled fries in the corner by the kitchen? You showed a picture a while back, but I can't find it. I remember. That's another problem I have too, Moonlit, as I struggle because the way Whitcomb wants us to believe is that Santa was in the kitchen putting her food on a plate and was attacked and ran. Why did we not find any fries in the living room, if that's the case, or in the hallway, or any other food? There was no food anywhere but her bedroom that I saw, and I think wasn't there a fry found upstairs on the third floor somewhere too, like one of those curly fries? I think
I don't
maybe.
remember on the third floor.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about, Moonlit, about where the fries were. I don't know how that could have happened that way, but I think that if he was chasing her and she's carrying, or they were chasing her, whoever it was, and she was carrying a plate, there'd be food everywhere. I would imagine before you got to her room.
Oh yeah. I just think, why would you even keep holding on to it?
I would.
Drop it.
My wife said the same thing when we talked about. She'd have thrown the plate at somebody chasing her.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It
Anything.
would have been everywhere, right? I don't know. That's a good question, Moonlight, and it is weird. Oh, there it is on the shelf in Maddie's room. Look closely. Okay, I'll have to go back and look.
Oh,
at
I
that.
do remember that. I do remember that.
Yep. Yeah. Many people are saying that there was a fry on. Yeah, there you go.
I do remember
Interesting.
that.
Very interesting. Well, we also have to wonder. Well, no, that wouldn't make sense either. I don't know. This is the problem with this case. There's too many of these things like this. It's crazy. It is crazy.
But those are the little things that I think a lot of the experts or Whitcomb, people like that are speaking on the case that think that we don't know as much as they do. We know those tiny little details, but each of those details makes such a big difference. It could change where a fight took place, in what room, how long they spent in there, anything.
Yes, ma'am. That's the problem. And that's what he doesn't know. He doesn't know these little details. He doesn't know the things we've found on the dives we've done. He doesn't know how any of this fits together. And that's why I think he got so upset with Lana yesterday about that damn vehicle, saying it's the same vehicle going. It's not, though. They're two different vehicles, folks. We've proved that. I did an entire show on this with Eddie where we proved what it was, what it wasn't. It's not the same vehicle. Completely different vehicles, completely different times. And he says, and then she comes back at 6 something in the morning and parks in the same spot. Lana about shit a gold egg and said, no, she didn't. And we know that she didn't. It's ridiculous. And he's real dead set on this. And it's like, give it up, Bob. We're good. We get it. Okay. We're done. So I don't know. Michelle, thank you for being here. Do you think Bethany was aware of what was happening? Good question. What do you think, Miss Logan?
I'm still torn on Bethany. I do think that she knew what was happening in a sense because of what Dylan's actions, what she was doing, what she was saying, what she was not saying but doing type of stuff. And Bethany, I think, caught on to it and understood that something wasn't right. I just don't know if she thought that her roommates were being killed or anything like that. I think that she thought maybe she was getting pranked or something was up just in general.
Yeah.
But not what had happened. And so when she started to realize, I think she got scared. That's why she was going to leave. If she actually didn't leave, I don't know. But I know she was planning on leaving and then stood far away, distanced herself, was scared to come back. I think there's more there.
I do agree. Sausage Biscuits, I'm glad to see you. I've been trying to reach out to you for quite a long time. Grateful to see you in here today. I believe she ran. I think there's a real good chance that she ran to the Whites, the same place they called for help the next morning, and it's likely she transferred blood. That's an interesting point, Sausage. I just wanted to let you know. I know that there was a mix-up or something where you couldn't comment in my chat. You can definitely do that if you haven't tried. There was a whole mix-up with some things that had happened accidentally. You are not blocked in my chat, nor my channel, nor have you been. Anytime you want to try, you're more than welcome. We have definitely missed seeing you, so please, if you will, just so you know. And I'm grateful to see you. I tried to find you an email and everything to reach out to you, and I couldn't. So grateful to have you here. Anyway.
Mountain Man says, you can answer first.
No, go ahead.
That Mountain Man says, can we talk about the sock some of us were unaware of. Can we clarify about this sock? A lot of us were unaware of it. But I
A
do want
lot
to
of us.
hear your thoughts on Bethany, though.
I think Bethany is. This is hard. It's been hard with her. I think Bethany knows what she knows after the fact, if that makes sense. I think that she knew something may happen. I think a lot of people did, Logan. We've talked about this before. I think it was in the air in Moscow that something was going to happen, and a lot of people distanced themselves. We've talked about this before, so on and so forth. A lot of people that would normally be around weren't there, blah, 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 whatever. I think she thought something was going to happen, possibly like a fight, a shakedown, whatever. Somebody was going to, get in somebody's face. Do I believe that Bethany knew that her friends or her roommates were going to be murdered? No, not at all. I do not believe that. I don't think that she knew the intensity of what was going to go down. I think it in her mind, she probably could have imagined, oh, they're going to get in somebody's face. They're going to cause a commotion. There may be a fight, whatever. I'll just stay in my room, something like that. To believe that she knew any bit of what actually happened, I don't believe. No. The way she
Um,
tried to get away from this is why I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. No, you're fine. I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right.
Trey in chat says, I think Dylan scared Bethany into purposefully staying in her room.
That's a good call, Trey. Good call. I
So
believe.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. I mean, then people can clean up, go in and out, do whatever they have to do. And Dylan's got Bethany all scared in the room.
Yeah. I fully agree with that, Trey. It makes perfect sense. I think she was forced into what she was doing at this point. I think Dylan scared the shit out of her. If you look at the messages in some aspect, that kind of leads to that point as well. And then I think whatever conversations were had after the fact, I do agree as well, Trey. Bethany Funk was dressed all in black, standing across that road. Bethany will never stop. I think Bethany was going to leave. Dana, thank you
Mhm.
for that again. Very much appreciated. I think Bethany called Jenna, as she's done in the past many other times. Jenna was on her way. We saw Jenna show up at the same time law enforcement did, which is why they didn't leave. I think Bethany was standing over there waiting for Jenna to show up so she could leave. I think her calling her father, her mother, and calling the home was a panic move because she had no idea what to do because her daddy has been, and I've said this a million times, her daddy has been a dentist her entire life. You're not going to call at 20 years old and say, Dad, I have a toothache. What do I do? You know what to do. Your dad's been a dentist your entire life, girl. You were calling to say, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. What do I do? And I'm sure she was told to get the fuck out of there. Excuse my language, but I forget when I have other channels in here, my language gets out of hand sometimes. So my apologies, you guys. But I think she was told that to get out, but it was too late because when Jenna showed up, law enforcement was right there. And they said nobody's leaving. And she knew that and she was stuck. This is my opinion, folks. And again, I could be completely wrong, but this is what I've thought for quite a while. So I just want to put that out.
Yeah. The only thing, and I agree with all that too. The only thing that I think keeps me from being 100% on that is because Bethany herself was terrified of being arrested,
Yeah.
terrified. So, and that only comes if you know you did something wrong.
Good
Could
point.
it be that she knew she was trying to leave the scene of a crime? Maybe. Could it be that she thought she was in trouble for underage drinking? Could be. We don't
Drugs
know.
in the house, maybe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good call, Logan. Good call. Michelle Turner again. Turner, sorry. Michelle Turner again. Thank you. If Bethany didn't call Dylan, do you think Dylan wouldn't have used Bethany in her alibi and wait till morning for someone else to find them and she would act clueless? Hmm. It's a good question. I kind of wonder because the door being left open, I think that was done on purpose. Okay. I do. I think that was done on purpose. I do believe that it's possible that those two wanted somebody else to find the bodies, not them. That's easy for me to believe. And I think that, again, this is something that Dylan may have talked Bethany into as well. Like, listen, leave the door open. Everybody knows us. Somebody's going to see that door open and wonder what the hell's going on. Come in. They'll find the bodies. We won't have to deal with it. That's kind of the thought that I've had from it. And again, I could be completely wrong. These are my opinions. I don't know. It's hard to lock down something, but that's a good question. They all are, as always.
I think Bethany heard loud noises that were very different from what she was used to hearing.
Yes.
And I think she heard them and heard them again and heard them again. And it was not just one boom. And then finally, she heard something bigger and she was like, well, what the hell is going on? Like, I've heard tons of noises now. And that's when she calls Dylan. And the fact that Dylan didn't call her first or reach out to anyone at all tells me that Dylan didn't plan on reaching out to anybody. Bethany called her and ruined it. And that's when she had to then start coming up with this fake alibi and this high knees and guy in the house with the vacuum. But had Bethany never called Dylan, I think Dylan would have pretended like she knew nothing and saw nothing.
That is a hell of a point and a good call, Logan. I fully agree with you on that one. Truth Not Redactions, welcome. Great to have you here today. What alibi would Dylan have if she did not use Bethany?
She was sleeping.
Yeah. She'd have played it off like she slept the whole night, didn't hear a damn word. I think fully agree with that.
Yep.
They tried to partially kind of do that anyway. We know they were awake. Dylan wasn't smart enough to stay off her phone. Okay. Here's the thing. She was not smart enough to stay off her phone. She could have played it off. Okay. That she slept through the entire thing and had not a clue, didn't hear nothing if she would have stayed off her damn phone.
Yep.
But she didn't.
I think even kids that age or young adults that age even think that it's possible to just delete things and they go away. But that's not how it works when you get hooked up with the big dogs and the law enforcement.
Yeah, I agree. Fully agree. Skilla in the house. Good to see you, Skilla. And why is Bethany calling 911, not Dylan? That's very odd to me. Great point. Great question, actually. I've always wondered if Dylan tried to force Bethany to call 911 to make sure she was involved. Does that make sense? Like, no, you call 911. You need to call 911, whatever. I'm dealing with this or something. And you hear Dylan in the background yelling something whenever she does call. And then as soon as she calls, she hands the phone off and she takes off. Like she didn't want to do it. And I almost wonder if Dylan forced her to do it for some reason, tried to con her into doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thought. Just a thought. Wow, you guys got crazy questions today. I love it. Welcome. Hey, Lisa. Good to see you. No worries. Do you think the spare room on the bottom floor? Yes, I do. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely think I think the spare bedroom, and as much as I have issues with Chris Whitcomb, that statement I will believe because he said it's very important to this case. It's very much involved. I believe that spare bedroom has a whole lot of something to do with this case, guys, without a doubt.
We were just talking about Dylan pulling Bethany into the whole situation by,
Right.
whatever, going to her room, making her call 911.
Yeah.
And Dana Lynn also said, when Dylan was on the phone with 911 and she was told to go check on Xana, Dylan says, come on, Bethany, we have to go check. Bethany says no. And Dylan says, but we have to. No, she didn't say you two go check. She said to the person on the phone, go check.
Yep.
So just one person, didn't need two. But
Yes.
again, Dylan's got to pull her in.
Yeah, you can tell Bethany didn't want nothing to do with this, in my opinion, you guys. Nothing. And was forced, in my opinion, through the whole thing. Which is why when this was all said and done, she was gone. And I mean gone, and did not come back for anything, pretty much. I think she was there for the first memorial, but she did not speak. But she did not come back for the hearings. None of that. She had Emily speak for her.
Yeah.
I think there's something to that. I'll just be honest with you.
Yeah, I do. And I don't think it has anything to do with like, oh, I'm scared of Bryan Kohberger and being in the same room as. I don't think it has anything to do with that either. JJPP says, do either one of you think there was something going on between Ethan and one of the roommates? Yes, I do. And I think it was Bethany. Let me just lay it out straight.
Yes, ma'am. Especially after what Chris said yesterday in that interview that there was some odd relationships going on. Uh-huh. I do agree that it is very plausible because of I'll explain it, but real quick, thank you so much for that, JJPP. And
Thank you. Yes.
once again, Manny, thanks you as well.
Star Crunch.
Yeah. That's our dancing Star Crunch, yes. So did we remember, was it the Saturday morning? Yes. Saturday morning, Bethany woke up and the only person that was there was Ethan, I think. And everybody else had gone to Taco Bell. I'm not saying it is 100%, but it does make me wonder about other situations. I think in the interview that Bethany gave, she talked pretty highly of Ethan. Okay, about, and you can read in the statements, the reports from the interviews, how they felt about Ethan. A lot of them probably did. I think a lot of them liked Ethan because he was such a nice guy. He was an attractive, good looking dude, big, strong, tall. You know what I mean? And he was very popular. We've all heard that. Everybody liked him. So I don't find this hard to believe. And Bethany was the only one that kind of was on her own. And again, even if they're in a relationship these days, it doesn't matter. They're in college. Who cares? You know what I mean? People do what they do. I'm not, and it doesn't mean any of them are bad, you guys. So I don't want you to get somebody, oh, you're victim shaming. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're putting points out there that are very plausible things within this house that people just don't, it's taboo to talk about. It's not, though. We have to understand the dynamic of what the hell was going on in this case. You have to understand the dynamic inside that house, in my opinion.
Mhm.
This is part of it.
I just absolutely tore apart one of Bethany's interviews. And the reason that I think there was something going on with her and Dylan, and I've thought this for probably 3 months or better now, is because when she would be asked questions, she wouldn't directly answer the question. In a backhanded way, she would start to, but it almost always started with like something about Ethan. Ethan was mentioned first. Ethan was mentioned the most. I remember one time she was asked a simple question like, "What time did you go out or get home or something?" And her response was, "Well, Ethan was home." So I'm like, what does Ethan being home have anything to do with answering this question? So that's why I thought that there was something there. There was a lot of Ethan on her mind.
That makes a good point, Logan. It does. And who died and made you Mike Patton? I love that name. Said, is Bethany Erica?
I don't
Good
know. I
question.
think Erica could be somebody within the King Road house only because they were known for doing pranks on each other by doing this spoof number app. So it's possible. Possible. You're muted.
I was trying out the lip reading thing, see if it was going to work. It didn't work, I guess. So anyway, sorry guys. There's a lot of small things in this case that are kind of been buried, I think, on purpose, so that you don't get a full idea for the situation. I think that's all been done on purpose, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. So, um, as we slowly unbury these things and we see these things and put these things together, for instance, Mikey, we were on Mikey's show the other night. Um, Something really blew my mind. Sophia Whitehead, who was renting that spare bedroom,
Yes.
still is very close to a certain group of other people. Okay. And when the cocaine dealer thing came up and all this other stuff, we started looking in those directions. And I'll be damned if she's not very close to the people and the person that are involved in that. So Sophia renting that room and not living there is very interesting to me. I'll just put it out there, okay? Very interesting to me as to why. I
Huh.
have questions about her. Mikey has made some good points about that. And I'm just really looking in that direction, that Ash Street house now that they, Chestnut and Mason were going to, and the other people in the Delts were going to living at. I mean, you cannot dismiss these things, is all I'm saying. All of these things, in some sense, have something to do with this, in my opinion. That's all.
Who is Sophia related or involved with? Is it Bailey?
Um, what do you mean, as far as like who's she close to?
Yeah, as far as who was in the rug scene, was it like
It
Emma
was
Bailey or
Mason.
Mason Bangman?
Yes. There was
Uh,
photographs. In fact, and there were. I don't know if it's true. Mikey pointed it out. Like she was not very well endowed in the upper region of her body. And then there's a photograph taken after the fact where she is. And Mike's understanding is that because of what he does, he helped pay for that. I'll just put it out there the way he said it. So
are
it
they
makes
still together?
I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question. This is a good question. Crazy coincidence for sure. So I gotta wonder, and there's some people that believe because of who Kaylee knew, who she was associating with, that it's possible that she was helping in that aspect as well, possibly. I'm not saying this is a fact. It's just something we're looking at. Is it possible that Kaylee who had an involvement? Kaylee stayed there that summer. Pretty much, there was one other person there with her, but she was in that house the whole summer, and she was using the address before she lived there too. So there's some questions we have that we're
Yeah,
trying to break
that's
down.
strange.
Yes, very
That's
much,
really strange.
absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you a question and I lost it. Come back to me. What do you think of the phone in Kaylee's closet? Do you think there is what do you think is up with that phone that came back to Emma Tiger? It was downloaded or extracted, I should say, from what's it called?
Um,
Oh my gosh,
is
I'm
that
drawing
in
a
a
blank.
document? Because I didn't. Is it in one of the new documents? Because I didn't see that yet.
It's one that Lana went over, the Walla Walla,
Oh,
the
the
one
wall.
that Karmic got, I think, and then Lana put it together with with Lowry and all the things he said. So there was a phone in Kaylee's closet and it
Uh huh.
was downloaded or extracted by
Yeah.
Cellbrite. That's who it was, Cellbrite. And it came to be that it was Emma Tiger's phone in her name. How, what do you
Okay.
think of the
Who?
situation?
Well, why? Right. Why would Kaylee have that phone?
Right.
So, what is and who is, if we know, Emma Tiger? Do we know anything about that person?
I'm I'm working with Conspiraling. We're putting together kind of a little
Uh huh.
part of a show about it. So, yes,
Okay.
Kaylee
So,
has tons of pictures with her.
and do we know who she's associated with?
N-
I
Not
don't want. I don't want
really.
you to blow your show, but
Yeah, no, not really.
I wonder. Here's my thought. Okay, and if it goes back to what my thought process was before about Kaylee possibly having an involvement in something she shouldn't have over the summer, maybe she was given a specific phone for a specific reason. That you don't want to have. I don't want to say a throwaway phone, but you know what I mean. Like,
Uh-huh.
I can't think of the word that we use that we have for these phones that are not registered. As a regular phone. But anyway, a secondary phone that she uses only for certain other things. I'll just put it that way. So it makes me wonder if that's what it is. Um, Very possible because I didn't get a chance to go through a lot of that stuff yet. These random girls linked to this house every couple years is interesting, but they don't live there. Yes, Mike. That's kind of what my point is, bud. And I think Mikey's got a point with this. It is very odd. A burner phone. Thank you, Melissa. That's what I was trying to think of. I don't want to say it was actually a burner phone, but it was a secondary phone that did not have everything in it that was Kaylee's. It was used for different things, possibly, in my opinion. Only different things. And that is why else would you have a phone like that? You know what I mean? If it's
So do
not
you
yours.
think that like maybe she bought it from Emma? Emma was selling a phone and Kaylee was like, "Oh, I could, use that second
That's
phone
possible.
for content or whatever."
That's a very good possibility. Yeah, sure.
Or do you think it was just left there and then or maybe Kaylee found it in the house in the couch cleaning and now it had been a month since Emma lost her phone and so she just threw it in her closet as maybe a backup phone or something?
Yes, ma'am. Could be, but why would you not give that phone back to that person?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know how close they are. I've never heard of that girl until we just found this out before with all this stuff we've looked at. That's a new name for me. So, w- where has she been throughout the investigation? If they were close, why did we not ever hear of her? Things like that. Or is she purposely standing outside the fire? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm just curious. These are good points. These are good points, though. And I'm not saying that just because you have two phones means you're doing something nefarious. That's not all. I mean, I know what I said, but that doesn't mean that that's all it is. It could be something just very simple or something very innocent as well. That maybe the girl sold her a phone because Kaylee wanted a secondary phone for work, or the girl gave her the phone because she got a new phone, and you know what I mean. Anything like that, it
Mhm.
could be, but it just makes me. It definitely makes you wonder.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's almost like a madam situation as odd. Now, it doesn't really sound odd though, bud. I kind of get where you're at. I understand. You sent to me, kiss me, welcome. I sent to you. What did you send to me? Um,
I don't think that's super far-fetched to say something about a madam thing or whatever,
no.
only because we heard again from Whitcomb, whether it's true or not, but he seems to think it's true. He was very much adamant that there was OF going on for sure in that
Oh,
house.
yeah, without a doubt, without a
And
doubt.
people can say, "Oh, it was feet," but I mean,
No, there's
I think
other things.
everybody says that, I think.
Yeah,
It's just feet. No, it's not.
this is Kaylee and Emma. Um,
Yes.
thank you very much for sending me that. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, it may have started with beat. That may be one point to it. There's so much more involved, in my opinion, than just beat. Sorry.
Yeah,
And
no.
I've always wondered, and I said this the other day, if Maddie and Kaylee together were doing something with this. You know what I mean? Because
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen and heard that that's a thing that girls will get together and do things with it, possibly as well. So it's just a thought. It's just a thought. So that is Emma Tiger and Miss Kaylee together. So
Yes, it absolutely is. I just really wish that we could see since they're past now, I would love to see their deposits
uh
into
huh.
their bank accounts.
Yes.
Just the deposits. I don't even want to care about the spending. Just want to see deposits.
Or even it would be interesting to because I don't know how you pay for this stuff or how this works or how you get paid or whatever it works. Venmos and Cash Apps and PayPals and stuff like that as well, I think would be interesting. But I think I've tried looking. I can find some for somebody, but others I can't find anymore. I don't know. I don't know. Um,
Um, OF payments go directly into whatever bank account. It's just like a YouTube thing. Whatever bank account you set up, it's goes directly in there. But
right.
I
Gotcha.
would just be curious how much they were actually
Yeah.
making.
Well, she had multiple accounts, right? So
Yeah.
I gotta wonder. Mike says they did start questioning about Tinder, and that's where it all starts when they get you to contact on different messaging platforms. Yeah, good point, Mike. Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know how the OnlyFans stuff works or anything like that, other than what Logan said. It's a lot like you just link your bank account and you get paid. That I don't know how that works. Now, like I said, I've been told by others that when we found out that Maddie, I guess it was Whitcomb that stated Maddie had an OnlyFans account, so on and so forth. And then there was something hinted to that Kaylee may have had one, and that's when somebody messaged me or emailed me and said, "What if they were doing it together as friends, making the money together?" That's all I can say. It's a thought. There's no fact or anything to prove that. So
I could see
just
that.
saying.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I wish I was more knowledgeable, but unfortunately I'm not. I have no reason to be. Not at my age, believe me, I promise you. Nobody wants to see my old decrepit ass. Um, so what is the I guess to segue into some other stuff real quick here. What is the oh wait, let me double check to make sure we hit our questions, Logan. I know they were coming with them like crazy. 1 minute. I think I want to jump into some of this psychological paperwork here. I've not seen that yet, and I kind of wanted to react based on some things I've heard and, of course, understand it as well. I think I got
Yeah.
all the questions. I think. If not,
Okay.
guys, we will take. Sorry, sorry, kiss me. I'm just saying. We'll take more questions towards the end after we get through some stuff and all that. So, um, there were new documents dropped. I think was there 5, Logan, in total?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Right. Oh, and there's some more. Thank you guys. Boy, you guys are good with these pictures. How come you guys find these things and I don't?
There's actually tons of pictures with her and Emma. Tons.
Wow. I'm behind on this stuff, you guys. You guys got to catch me up. Thank you. Yes. So that's Emma there, Miss Kaylee, and the rest of the girls. So did Emma graduate before they did? Is she one of the girls that graduated the year before?
I'm not sure.
Because I know Kaylee, it was known that it was found to be known that Kaylee hung out with a group of girls that were,
Older, right?
yeah, they graduated the year or 2 years beforehand or something like that. So that would probably make sense as to why I don't know some of this. Also, none of Finn. It used to be sugar daddies. Now it's only Finn. Okay. So the sugar daddy stuff was brought up early on in this. And there was another thing we watched years ago about Kaylee's job and the place she was going to be working for being linked to another organization that was doing some other stuff. I can't think of the secondary name of the other place, and I got confused about it a while back. If it was one and the same, or if it was two separate places, and if they were linked and what they were doing. But there's talk that they were linked, possibly. I don't know, so don't quote me on that. But I am curious, and we watched.
Secondary network or secondary company to Extreme Networks.
Yes, there was another. There was
Oh.
another. It was like a pest control type place. Thank you so much, Lenny, for that. That picture you said is Kaylee and Emma. That's not Kaylee. The first one. Thank you for the super chat. Hold on. Oh, this one here.
Oh,
It does look a little different than her, but I think it. I don't know if there were filters put on it. You're talking about this one. She does look different. She looks thinner, and I don't know. I mean, it does look like her to me, but
That's her.
she does look different. She looks thinner, and like I said, they use filters, guys. So I don't know. I thought it was her.
I think so. I think, yeah, probably just thinner.
Yeah, because that's her too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was just thinner.
Yeah.
And then this is her for sure. Yeah, that's Kaylee. Like I said, she was thinner in some pictures than she was in others, and I think it makes her look different. To begin with. Okay, hold on. Anyway, sorry. Trying to keep up with stuff. That's all. All right. So that's what I thought was filters, maybe witchy. Maybe it does look
Oh.
edited in some sense, but it could just be the filtering and stuff like that.
For sure there's filters on there.
Right. Right. Again, thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Um. Let me move some of these tabs that way out of the way. Yeah, that's her. That's her. There's certain characteristics she has that the cheekbones, the nose, you can kind of pinpoint.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, thank you guys. We got 4 towards our goal already. You guys are amazing. God bless. Very much appreciated. Real quick, I want to ask before we jump into this other stuff, Logan, have you had luck with the FOIAs and stuff you've been trying to get?
So there was a big mess up. I'll tell you about it. Last night, I was scrolling through my phone and I saw that Accomplished Day had made a post saying she needs X amount of dollars for these FOIAs.
Hmm.
I had made a similar post earlier in the day, but one of the FOIAs she was asking for that she received an invoice on, I had already paid for.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm like, I'm confused. Have this has already been bought and paid for. So I'm not sure why you're even getting a full price quote for it.
Exactly.
So I said, well, we'll just wait and I'll call Amber in the morning. And I called Amber this morning and she picked up on the first ring. So maybe I don't know what happened. Maybe it's a good day for her.
You're
But
right.
because she hates me. But so I was like, hey, I've already paid for this, da 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 da, but you sent an invoice to another person. And I'm just wondering, are there 2 separate interviews for the exact same price or what?
You're
And she
right.
was like, no, basically she messed up. So I was like, you know what? Just give it to her. I'll retract it. Give me my money back. I'll retract my request. I already have like 8 or 10 coming and one more that I still need to pay for. So I was like, you can have that interview. I've got other stuff anyway. So Echo Shield, that's the company
Yes,
you were
it was
thinking
Echo Shield. Yes.
of. Okay.
There
Yep.
was talk that those 2 were linked somehow, and the Echo Shield group did videos of them going house to house, door to door. And in some senses, the way they were explaining what they were doing gives you an OnlyFans feel type thing. It's kind of weird. So
Yep. I
that was what I
remember
was trying
that.
to point out. Thank you, Nothing Half-Assed. Appreciate that.
Yes.
So
So yeah, big mix up there, and that's bothersome to me because let's say I had gotten that for I had already paid for it. So let's say I get it, but then Accomplished Day pays for it and gets it as well, and then let's say she puts it out an hour before I have mine scheduled to go out. I would
right,
have been pissed. Not
absolutely.
not in the fact that it was her fault, just
No,
that they're being so sloppy about it and it should not be like that. And now I'm like, are they doing it on purpose to get full price from several different people?
yeah, yeah. I was getting ready to say that. How many times have they done this before, and we don't know it? And you know what I mean? I don't trust.
Absolutely.
I don't trust them, Logan. I don't trust them. I
Nope.
don't trust them with anything, and I know that they probably hate most of us because we make their job very hard because we're constantly requesting this, that, everything else. And yeah, but at the same time, with the money that they've been extorting, because that's what I call it, extortion, it's
Yep.
insane. They should be very, very happy for the money they're making off of all of us. I'll just say it that way.
Yep.
Um, so if anybody, so that what you're saying then is you still owe on some of these FOIAs that we're looking at getting. Um, so we definitely are still looking at getting some help on this, guys, if you can, just to help because this stuff is expensive and Miss Logan's doing this all on her own. Everything in her life she does on her own. It's not that easy, guys. So if you can, please help to support this in any sense. We really appreciate it. We really do. 100%. And it'll give us more info to break down, to go through, to give us some more answers, guys. That's the only way we're going to get them. So there's the link right there to her PayPal. If anybody wants to help to support, to take care of these FOIAs, it is so very much appreciated. I promise you it is. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you so much. Obviously, there are some FOIAs that I don't even tell you guys about and I just pay for them because it's,
Yeah,
$60 or $80. But in the past 7 days, we've paid almost $1,000 for FOIA. So I need a little bit of help.
it is
A little bit of
expensive.
help. It's
I
very
haven't,
expensive.
yeah, I haven't even been able to do any of the FOIAs that I want to do because I'm moving. Every dime I have has to go towards that, folks. I have no choice. So I can't
Oh,
do any of
yeah.
it. None of it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be doing more FOIA. Once I get moved and stable and set up again, I'm going to go right back to trying to get as much as I can. when I'm able to, but at this point I can't. So anything that anybody sends to me via this show or the verdict room show for any of this stuff, I'm going to be sending to her to try to help her with those. Or anything you send to her personally is what it's going towards. So please and thank you for every one of you. We do very much appreciate it. It helps in so many ways.
Senior Wazowski said they wanted to charge him full price for body cams that Lana already paid for. They're counting on us being unorganized. It did kind of seem like when I called this morning, I'm rattling off. I already knew by heart what I'm asking for. It's this supplement, it's this name, this is my request number. This person had another one. This is their request number. Like I had she seemed very stumbly over her words. So, yeah.
I think Tomboy says if that happens again, let her know they have someone who is itching. Yeah, they have an attorney that they're very close to that has been telling them if these things happen, that let that person know, and they will be right in contact with them, and they will ensure it doesn't happen to anybody else. So if you have that, like, remember when you had to pay double for that one?
Oh yeah.
That one point, I said something. They went and they said this to this person. That person said, no, it doesn't work that way. Next time you request it again, and if they do whatever they do, let this person know, they will be in contact right away.
So I can tell you that happens on almost every single request. Now, I'm not saying it's double on every single request. It just happened to be pretty much double on that one request. But what they do is they'll say, oh, this is $60 total. We need $30 from you to start working on it. And that will keep your request open. And then when it's almost done, we'll send you what the price is, total, basically, even though we've already told you what the total was. And then they'll come back with, you're supposed to be paying just another $30 on that $60, right? But then they'll come back and say, now you owe $75 plus the $30 you've already paid. So the total is $100. Yeah, that's what they get. That's what they do.
Wow, what a scam.
And for things that, like, they say, oh, the city attorney spent 2 hours on this request, when I guarantee you they were playing 3 different videos at the same time while, curling their hair and taking a bath. They're not actually really looking at this stuff for as long as they say they're looking at it. Like, I bet you if they did 30 minutes of work on it, they're charging us for an hour. Too much, too crazy, too many lies.
Sure, absolutely. Give me 1 minute here. I'm trying to read some things and put this together so we can jump to the next scenario. But yes, anybody that wants to support Logan as with the requests and everything, the link is in the chat. We will keep posting it regularly. Thank you very much. It is very much appreciated.
Yes, so
you have
much.
no idea.
And yes, I know it seems very scammy, and it probably is very scammy, but I know I want the truth. I know I want to dig through things and find things, and
oh my God, yes.
I've got
That's the only way we're going to get any real answers, Logan. In my opinion. Anything we can get. 1 minute.
I've got a ton of requests for a bunch of knives and stuff coming that they had calls on right after the crime. And I'm like, I want to look at these knives and dissect the way they look and see if I can match them to any of the wounds that we were told, since obviously they don't think that there's more than one knife. What if I get a picture of a knife that's found, or somebody's in the possession of it or something, and it matches these wounds? Then I'd be like, oh, we got something.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. So I want to jump forward, if we can, into these documents, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
All right. Let me find this newest one. We're gonna delve into the psychological stuff, right?
Yes. I'll open it as well so I can follow along.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna open it up.
Which one are you opening?
Which one do you want to open first? I'll leave it to you. And yes, you can. Anything, like I said, if you want to send me anything, I will send it directly over to Logan. So,
The bottom two, it looks like. So there's exhibits 1 and 2 in support of motion to strike death penalty, RE autism spectrum disorder. And then there's the one below that, like the bottom two that are marked new.
hold on. For 26. No. What year are these in? I have to open.
25.
Sorry, I have to open the whole thing up. That's right. Okay, give me a minute to get to the bottom
Yeah,
part here.
no problem. Yep.
Yeah, if you guys want to send anything to her, through me to her, you can do it anytime you guys have in the past. I just send it over to her. Then one of my mods drop my box, my group of linkings, and I can just post that for you as well in the chat. Ms. Gurmilla, thank you so much for
Oh,
that.
thank you so much. You are so generous.
Very awesome.
That's
God bless.
incredible. That is so
Absolutely.
awesome.
It sure is. Thank you, Gurmilla. God bless, hon.
Yes, you got the star crunch.
Thank you, bro.
Why does my picture look like it's backwards today?
Did you mirror?
I always have it mirrored normally, and it says it's mirrored now, but I feel like I look like I'm looking backwards. It's okay. I don't care. It's not a big deal. I literally put up a video taking my makeup off, so
How does that look?
I'm not worried.
Did it change anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think
No,
looks
it's
normal.
fine.
It's hard to tell.
It's fine.
You look lovely today, by the way. Yes,
Thank
you do.
you.
Very much so.
I appreciate it. It looks normal. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. This is a long list. Hold on a minute. Keep getting distracted. I'm going to pull it to the very bottom. Oh, there they are. All right. So we got from the 24th of February. Which one did you say it was? The motion exhibit 1 in support of motion in limine? Or was it before that? Oh, wait. Autism spectrum disorder one?
Yes.
Strike the death penalty? Okay.
Now, to be fair, I have not opened these yet, so I don't know exactly what's in them. We're just going to go over them to see if we can find anything juicy in here.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all good with that because I haven't seen them either. So we can be surprised together.
Yes.
If we are.
Oh, thank you so much.
Very awesome, Mother of Dragons. Thank you so much for that.
So sweet. Thank you so much.
You guys are awesome. Very much appreciated.
Incredible. Holy cow.
What's the matter?
Who is this? Is this a psychiatrist? Dr. Rachel Orr.
Dr. Orr, yeah. Affidavit of Cecil Reynolds, notarized, signed copy to be supplied to Exhibit 2, Dr. Rachel Orr's report. Okay. Where does this start at? Okay, so this is Dr. Reynolds' affidavit here.
Uh-huh. There we go.
I hate when they pull up and put all their background in. It takes up most of the document, and they give you a little bit it's about the actual point you're trying to read to. She did the testing when Hurwitz was there. Gotcha. So do you want to go through all of this as far as background, or do you want to go right to the point?
No, we don't have to do the whole background. I do think it is good to just like say what they do. They do neuropsych testing. So you've got like psychological testing, and then you've got neuropsych testing, and they usually go hand in hand when you go to a psychologist, psychiatrist. You are scheduled for a psych test, but normally they come hand in hand. So you will do a psych test and a neuropsych test.
Absolutely. So this one states, this again is Dr. Cecil Reynolds. Said I was first licensed as a psychologist in 78 and maintained clinical practice in addition to my academic appointments for 25 years. Um, and also listed as I'm sorry, emeritus professor of educational psychology, professor of neuroscience, and distinguished research scholar at Texas A&M. I currently practice forensic neuroscience and specialize in high stakes complex cases such as this. So we have a neuropsychologist. They selected and hired Dr. Joette James, neuropsychologist as well. States she performed many hours of work, including testing Mr. Kohberger, conducting collateral interviews over the course of many months. She collected data, prepared to write a report. She had one additional round of tests planned to clarify diagnostic issues present with Mr. Kohberger prior to writing her report. Shortly before that, shortly before that trip, Dr. James, this is the one that passed away, unexpectedly passed away. I was able to interview her regarding her incomplete impressions and gain incomplete testing data and developed an understanding of the additional work required, which included the addition of forensic psychiatrists to the team. She was unable at that time to forward her records, testing, and notes to me due to the severity of her illness and its unexpected and rapid onset. Oh, that's horrible. After her death, I assisted the team in interviewing and selecting an expert to assess Mr. Kohberger. It was necessary to review and vet multiple experts to ensure the proper expert would be retained. The team subsequently selected Dr. Rachel Orr as a replacement for Dr. James and also added Dr. Eileen Ryan, forensic psychiatrist, whose expertise was then also required. I made several attempts to obtain raw data from testing performed by Dr. James, and I was unsuccessful.
Isn't that interesting? Because
Yes.
that's not the first time I've heard that, where even these experts are reaching out for information to do the best that they can to look over everything so they get the correct results. And they can't even get the information they need to do their work.
Right. That is I think that's a problem.
It is a problem.
Something's wrong with that. I agree with that. Just a heads up, Logan. I don't know if you saw this. Dr. Turby's going to be on Custody Queens at 4:30 again today.
4:30, what, Pacific time, Eastern?
Yeah, is it Eastern, Pacific, Central Standard? I don't even know where. They're in California. So probably, is that Central or Pacific?
Pacific. So it would
Pacific.
be 7:30 your time? Yes, and then 6:30 my time.
Yeah, let me see how the advertisement shows up real quick. It usually
Yeah.
tells me. That should be an interesting interview. I think he's going to do his rounds again. Yeah, it's listed for 4:30 p.m. my time, so that's going to be
Oh, it's 3:30 here, so in an hour.
in an hour. Oof. Okay.
Well, we'll do these two. You want to go over these two mental health things, and then we can.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I didn't know either. I didn't expect that either. Damn.
Maybe they didn't know either.
Maybe.
3:30 Central. Sweet. Thank you.
We can always come back and do more. I planned on doing another show this evening sometime, possibly anyway. So we'll see.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Since I have
one tomorrow,
I have some extra free time nowadays. You can't stream somebody when they're live, Lisa. It's just not ethical. It's just not.
You can. We just choose not to because
Yeah.
it's not
It's not a
respectful. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes against all. It's just rude to the person that's streaming it live. You know what I mean? We can do it after the fact and do a breakdown review, which I will, without a doubt. But it's just rude. That's all.
I mean, if you guys want to know the absolute truth, we all mostly as creators work together. I mean, Dago won't really go live when Kimmy's live. I won't go live when Dago's live. We wait till each other's done. So
yeah, we try our best to not step on each other's toes. Sometimes it does overlap. We don't mean to do it, but it's something we do out of respect for each other, especially the ones that we're close like this. So
yep.
Yeah, but I will definitely at some point, obviously, once it's over, I will break it down, review, react, all that like I do. So, okay. Again, it says Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan have worked diligently to learn about Kohberger, review materials related to the case, conduct interviewing and testing, analyze the data, and write an expert report. Neither Dr. Ryan, and I'm skipping through to just specific points, guys, so you know. Neither Dr. Bryan or Orr were able to present their findings to the team and develop initial reports until mid to late January of 2025. Given the amount of work that had to be done, including in person exams, reviews of extensive records, conducting many needed collateral interviews, and the like, I was frankly surprised either expert was able to respond as quickly as they did. The delay in diagnoses what did not occur due to lack of diligence is owing to the untimely and exceedingly unfortunate death of Dr. James. So,
Oh, it says that Turby is not going to be on their show. They're just going to review an interview that he did.
oh, well, then no hurry. No hurry then. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I thought it, the way they have it listed, though, it showed, what the, let me double check. I didn't have my glasses on.
I can't see it. It's covered up for me.
Yep. Hold on. Oh, yep. Good call. Thank you. Yeah, it says live reaction. Listen with us. Turby revealed they're going to go over the same interview that I'm going to. The one that he did with Ratuno this morning that Sarge had on. It's the same thing. So no big deal. No big deal. No hurry. No rush. It is what it is. But I'm still going to go over that interview and break it down and react as well, just like they are at some point, guys. So either way. Okay. Anyway, now that we know. And it says further your affiant Saeed not. That's the other doctor. Bryan Kohberger. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's the neuropsychological evaluation, phase 1. Licensed psychologist, board certified clinical psychologist, neuropsychologist. Reason for referral, Bryan Kohberger is a 30-year-old male who is charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 count of burglary. He's referred for neuropsychological evaluation by his defense team to characterize his functioning, assist with differential diagnosis, and provide expert opinion to the court about the findings. Bryan was informed of the limits to confidentiality and the nature or purpose of the evaluation. He has consented to the evaluation. You want to take over?
I can. So it shows the records reviewed. It states discovery related to the investigation, including autopsy reports, photographs, police narratives, interview documentation, grand jury case number 29-23-4, indictment, educational records, I believe K through PhD records, including, which I'm guessing is kindergarten through his PhD studies, including coursework, interviews, and correspondence contained therein, mental health records, medical records, employment records, law enforcement interaction, videos with examinee, traffic stop from August 21st, October 14th, and December 15th. Transport to jail after arrest in Pennsylvania from 12/30 of 22, and audio and or video recordings of interviews by law enforcement. I'd love to see those. Of course, also his mother, Mary Ann Kohberger, his sister, Melissa, his father, Michael, his sister, Amanda. Also, people that knew him, Brandon Andriola, William Daniel Harpett, Melanie Newley Wolf, Augustine Triumphata, I think it's pronounced that way, Rebecca Armentrout, Danishka Davina Rosa, Gabrielle Best, Christian Martinez, and Holly Lane. So these are all the records that they reviewed about all of these people and everything involving this. Thank you, Miss Jen. Good to see you here today, by the way.
Hi, Jen.
We also have Adam and Xavier Taylor, Micah DeMoss, Jesse Burnett, Sapankar Ghosh, Caitlin LaRue and Zach Cartwright, Janelle Pena, Chad Moore, Mary Rose Perez, Alessandra Ferris. Transcripts and narrative reports by law enforcement. Casey Arntz. Uh, Casey is the girl that was kind of like Brian's girlfriend when they were in school, high school. Very good friend, close
Mhm.
to him, and he was friends with her brother. And again, Casey's also, though, I almost had an interview with Casey, but she had just started a new job, and she was
Oh,
afraid that if she came forth and gave me the interview, it may affect. And I fully understand because she's gone through hell, and she said when they did like mainstream media did interviews with her, just like everybody else, Mikey and all these other people that Willie had brought forth on his channel, they cut anything positive that was ever said about Brian. Just so you guys know, anything. And they asked you questions and formulated the narrative that they were running on these shows in a negative um monster type scenario way with who he was. And Casey herself said that they absolutely changed everything she said. That is disgusting to me, folks. And we don't, that's why they never gave us the truth on him. So just so you know, and I only picked that one because I know who she is specifically, and I almost had that interview with her. So
yep.
Anthony Soma and tip submitted by Gianna Soma on brother's behalf. Ryan Dowling, Cindy Arntz, who is Casey's mother. Thomas Arntz, who is Casey's brother and father. Rachel Fowler, Catherine Ramsden, we know who she is. Michelle Bolger, Jeffrey
That's the
Clutter,
Michelle Bolger is the other DeSales
the other
lady,
teacher from DeSales. Yeah,
professor. Yep,
Yep.
that really liked him.
absolutely. And she did give him very high marks, spoke very highly of him. And I think that proves a point, folks. I'm just saying. Jeffrey Clutter, Colleen Petrick, Amelie Pednolt, the devil herself. We know who she is. That was the professor that came out and told all the bullshit that she told on him in that interview. And I believe, Logan, that this professor is probably part of the tip. I truly do believe that. Did you watch that interview with her?
Oh yeah, that was awful.
It's horrible. Horrible.
That's probably the one interview that made me the most angry.
I was pissed. I was pissed.
Yeah.
I was cringing left and right. And I believe after things she said, that it is very highly possible that she's part of the tip that pushed them to go after Brian, in my opinion. I truly, honestly believe that.
Yep.
She's disgusting, you guys. This woman is absolutely self-projecting because once I was done doing the interview, we found, a lot of us found as creators there was 2 different places we found it. I know you saw it. Why am I asking you that? We talked about it the other night on Verdict.
Mhm.
Anyway, sorry, I'm losing my mind. She was, what is that word? I can't think of it. When you credit or you oh my God, Logan. What is that little thing we found about her from her students? They
What do you
talk
mean?
about her. You get like reviews. Thank you. It was a
Oh, the
review.
reviews.
Yeah, she got out of 5, 1.2 out of 5. And every person that commented on this said, stay away from her. She's a mess. She's the devil. She's insane. She's evil. All of it. Every bit of it. No one. I think there was one person that made a good comment, and I swear to God, that was her teacher's pet. Period.
Probably, or her on a different account.
Or her in
that
a
she
different
made
account.
up.
Bingo. Thank you. And then somebody from in here in one of our communities went in and did one too, just to be stupid. So this is a very, very dark person. And if they were going to have her testify, the defense should have went and pulled all of her information and shredded her on the stand. That would have been amazing because she's not a good person at all. This woman is evil, dark, and nasty, period.
Yep.
So anyway, sorry to get off track. Augustine Triumph Atah, Allison Ackerman, Tara Partica, Kimberly Kenley, Waylon Savage, Robert Eller, a sampling of calls between examinee and family, sampling of letters between examinee and family. The
Interesting.
evaluation procedures shows the measures administered would be Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, the 5th edition, WAIS number 5, selected sub tests, similarities, vocabulary, information comprehension, block design, visual puzzles, matrix reasoning, figure weights and set relations, digit sequencing, running digits forward, digits backwards, Symbol Span. Pine Norman, welcome and thank you for that. So very much appreciated, my friend. God bless.
Yes, thank you so much.
The Wide Range Achievement Test, 5th edition, WRAT5 selected subtest. Word reading, sentence comprehension, controlled oral word association test, the COWAT, Stroop color and word test, and the Wisconsin card sorting test, WOCST. The Tower of London, 2nd edition, Trails X, Connors continuous performance test, 3rd edition, CBT3, sorry. Iowa Gambling Task, 2nd edition, IGT2. Dallas Kaplan Executive Function System, the DCAPS selected subtext. Proverbs Steps test. Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, 2nd edition, ADOS2, Module 4. California Verbal Learning Test, 3rd edition, CBLT3. The Test of Memory and Learning, 2nd edition, the TOMAL2. I'm sorry. Yeah. Developmental Test of Visual Perception, Adolescent and Adult, 2nd edition, DTVP A2. Identify, a test of visual organization and recognition. Identify. The Grooved Pegboard Test. The Beck Anxiety Inventory. Beck Depression Inventory, 2nd edition, BDI2. Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Function, adult version, 2nd ed, brief 2A. Social Responsiveness Scale, 2nd edition, SRS2. And Connors Adult ADHD Rating Scale, 2nd ed, CARS 2. Good God. They did a lot. Autism Diagnostic Interview, revised ADIR with Mary Ann Kohberger. And again, a lot of people don't realize this, but Bryan was diagnosed when he was younger as well, not just now. He was diagnosed when he was younger. I don't know exactly the age, but it was when he was younger. They didn't do all of this extra stuff with him, but they did do the standard testing that they do to diagnose at a younger age. Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Function, adult version, 2nd ed, brief 2A. Informant Report with Mary Ann, Michael, Amanda, and Melissa. Social Responsiveness Scale, 2nd ed, SRS2. And Relative Other Report, Mary Ann, Michael, Amanda, and Melissa. Connors Adult ADHD Rating Scale, 2nd ed, CARS 2. An Observer Report, Mary Ann, Michael, Amanda, and Melissa. Adaptive Behavior Assessment System, 3rd edition, ABAS 3, adult form with Mary Ann Kohberger. Now, the direct interviews in person, except where otherwise specified, were done October 9th, 10th, December 4th, 5th, and December 6th of 24. January 6th of 25 with Mary Ann Kohberger, November 16th and 17th of 24. December 9th of 24 on video. Love to see that.
Yeah.
Michael Kohberger on this. I'd love to see all of this, Logan, every bit of this.
Yep.
With Michael Kohberger on November 16th and 17th to 24. Melissa, same times. Amanda, same times, same day. Ann Markham was allowed November 14th to 24. Ellen Trexler's video was 11/14 to 24. Jesse Harris was 11/17 to 24. And the Ellen Novick Cohen phone was January 20th to 25. And all of this here is redacted. I'm curious.
Now we're going to get into the good information.
All right. Redact, 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 redact. Damn it.
It's a lot of redactions.
It sure is. Finally, Dr. Novick Cohen was interviewed to understand more clearly factors related to her psychoeducational report from 05, including details relevant to the findings, conclusions, observations, recommendations, and context of the evaluation. Dr. Novick Cohen also shared information regarding her current practice and approach to certain types of evals. Redact, 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 redact. I'm going to write a song. Redact, redact. Redact. Oh my God. Look at this, you guys.
There's a lot.
Good God. So let me give you up here at the top. This is the Forensic Neuropsychological Evaluation Phase 1 with Bryan Kohberger. And it's, of course, we knew they were going to do this without a doubt. occupational history, history of employment in food service, retail security, direct care, and most recently as a teaching assistant.
So
And then,
food service would have probably been when he was cutting fish and he sucked at it.
yes, that he couldn't do. He
Uh,
didn't last there, what, a week?
right. Retail. What do you think? What would retail have been?
He was selling something or working at
No,
a.
no, no. I know what retail is.
No. I mean, like where he could have been. I'm trying to think, like,
Oh, I'm thinking like specific. Like, did he work at Radio Shack or like anything?
uh,
Did we know about
I
any
don't remember
employment?
hearing any kind of
I don't
retail like that.
either. Not for retail. Security, we know that one.
Unless he worked,
Direct care.
dir- like, what the hell is like a nursing home,
That's what I'm thinking, like a home health or a
home health aide?
what would be yeah, like a health aid. I
I've never
wonder
heard of that.
well, I wonder if now don't quote me, this is totally
Of
speculation. I'm
course,
just throwing something out there. Um, did he possibly have like a family member that was maybe ill and then you can like go through I know here where I live it's called doors where you can be the
yeah,
person who helps and aid in your family's care or friends care or whoever it is and then you
maybe.
get like a small paycheck for it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been maybe grandparents or something.
Maybe I don't know what he would have done that would have been direct care.
I've never heard of that. This is the new that in the retail is either some kind of a store or something. Maybe that
Yeah.
maybe he worked at a grocery store or something for a period of time, but we were never told that. Um,
Yeah.
his boss at the fish place said he didn't deal well with his customers selling fish. Maybe the retail was part of the food service
Food
aspect too.
service.
Yeah,
It could have
but
been.
direct care though is a
That's
hard one.
weird.
And then
Direct
as a teaching
care.
assistant, I'm gonna have to look into that and see what comes up. Hmm. Unless some of these might be interlinked, you guys. That's another thing. Just like the retail with the food service, those two probably are combined. Maybe the security is combined with the direct care where he was personally being security for specific people or specific, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Or maybe his mom because she had some health issues. That's a good point, Tomboy.
And it seems like these are listed in order as far as time frame. Food service was the very
Right.
first job he had, then retail would have been more recent, security more recent than
Good
that.
point. Good point.
Interesting.
Where he said, Ro, that's a good point. Could it have been when he saved that woman's life?
That I thought of that because that's when he was doing security. Are they meaning direct care because he was certified in CPR, the Heimlich,
Right.
things like that? I don't know. How to put
Yeah.
on a tourniquet. I don't know.
Yeah, he did save a woman's life. She was having a heart attack and he saved her. So
Now
that's
we're
something
gonna
I
get
definitely
to
would
the
think a crazy
yeah,
killer would do.
yeah. Now we're gonna get to the goodies. I don't know how deep they go, but we're gonna learn some stuff of the observation of the person giving the test, anyways.
Yes. So all of that's redacted as we know. Brian, this might tell us some of our answers too, Logan.
Yeah.
So this is the context of the test administration, like she said. Brian engaged in direct test administration with me in a conference room in the Ada County Jail in Boise, Idaho. Test administration was conducted across several days for several hours at a time. Aside from restroom breaks, Brian requested specific time blocks in the middle of the day, generally for 1 to 1.5 hours, to reportedly engage in recreation time or calisthenics, as he noted. Limited opportunity to engage in such behaviors that day, if not performed during that specific time period, i.e., he did not want to break his routine. And again, that makes perfect sense, being
Uh-huh.
that he's autistic. Brian often discussed his preferred routine and specific time frames in great detail, including frequently referring to things that he needed to get done during the day. Needed is in quotations or brackets because, again, somebody that is an autistic person has to do certain things, and I can prove this to you with my own child. So, anyway,
You know what else it sounds like too? A smidge of is ADD or ADHD as well. That whole
Without a
things
doubt.
I need to get done and my time
He,
management, the way I do it is
yes,
so important to me. If it breaks, I feel like the whole day is fucked up.
that's me, folks. I have
Yeah.
I've been diagnosed with adult chronic ADHD, which I've
Ugh.
had my whole life. My son has it, as well as I believe that I'm probably on the spectrum to some aspect as well. I've never been tested for it, but I believe I am. As my wife as well. So we both have ADHD. It's horrible. And Brian was also um obsessive compulsive as well, folks. Okay. So ADHD, OCD, very possibly ODD. These things what we may find out, but they're all wrapped up in that ball. Okay. Good to see you, Jen. Thank you so much for being here, dear. Um, Notable for it says gross motor functioning. Okay, notable for occasional subtle rocking of his upper torso while seated, which means he's doing this.
I wonder if
Okay,
it's back and forth or side to
or
side.
like this. Now, my oldest son, who has this stuff as well, does this, and he's done that since a baby, folks. Standing in a
Oh,
playpen, he does this with his head. Okay, it's a tick that he's always had. He still has, from my understanding. And a lot of this does go back to the spectrum stuff. It's just all part of it, folks. Um, so again, good point. I've never saw him move one time when he was sitting in the courtroom, but if you're sitting in a relaxed situation where you're doing this kind of thing, doing this or this makes absolute sense to me.
now I wonder if Bryan Kohberger talking about these things caused him to
Yes,
feel
ma'am.
stressful, and that's maybe why he was self-soothing. That's usually a self-soothing
It is.
action, but we didn't see him do anything like that in the courtroom whatsoever. So, could you imagine the restraint he had to have on himself? And that's probably what he was concentrating on the whole time. Don't move. Don't move. I know
Yep.
you want to move. I know you want to move. Oh, that would be so difficult.
And I'll
His
be
brain
honest,
was occupied.
when my son was a teenager, the one that does this, for years, I tried to get him. He went into the military for a short period of time too, so I can only imagine what he went through. But to be able to hold his head still, he told me it literally hurt him, like physically hurt him,
Oh,
because he was so. It was a natural thing, and when he had to force himself to do it, it physically hurt. So I'm not saying Brian went through physical pain over this. What I'm saying is, like Logan said, the the focus you have to have on doing something that you're just naturally you do, and you have to stop yourself from doing it. And a lot of times people don't even realize they're doing it. So you have to keep telling yourself, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. The mental like on that is crazy to me. Think about that, guys. How long some of these hearings were, and he just did not move one bit. That's
and it's
insane.
kind of like somebody saying, "Oh my god, don't look at the ceiling." You
Right.
want to look at the ceiling, but to sit there and restrain yourself from doing it is like it bothers you,
It's
and
very
it keeps
hard.
getting worse and worse and worse. I couldn't imagine in that situation
You get
having to not do that.
exactly like my feet move constantly, Logan. My legs are constantly up and down moving, not just because I played the drums, because I'm ADHD. My legs are always moving. So in a situation where you're sitting in a courtroom, you can't move because it's just not acceptable. I can't imagine being able to hold myself still like that. I can't do it. I wiggle my toes together like this too. It's weird. I don't know why I do these things, but it's all part of that. And to be able to stop myself physically, because I do it without knowing I do it.
Right.
That is what I'm saying. The restraint that you have to do that says a lot to me. Okay.
A lot. Because most times you don't even realize you're doing it. It's just a self-soothing or a tick that your body naturally does, and it's
Right.
hard to
Yeah.
yikes.
That's what I'm doing right now as we speak, Blue Devil. My foot is going like I said, you guys probably can't tell, but I'm constantly moving while I'm sitting behind this desk, nonstop. And I don't even realize it most of the time. God forbid there's music playing because I'm really going to town then. But, that's 100% what I'm doing as we speak. My foot is going up and down on the ball of my foot nonstop. It's just always doing it. So again, think about that for a minute. The restraint alone that this man has to be able to withhold and do something like that. Now, take that and put that into perspective as somebody that murders somebody. Think on that, okay? That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Death Valley. Um, that's quite interesting to me. So anyway, okay, so we have multiple instances of pacing back and forth, waiting for correctional officers to retrieve him from the conference room. When Bryan abruptly had to use the restroom during these instances, Bryan communicated with his perception that it was very urgent, that the urge to urinate crept up on him, and that he was concerned he might not make it while waiting for jail staff. On these occasions, Bryan provided no indication prior to such urgency that he needed to use the restroom. Bryan ambulated independently. Given constraints of the setting, I was not able to observe his gait,
Huh.
meaning how he walked and how he stood and stuff.
Interesting.
Let me finish this up here. I didn't. It says notable for occasional subtle rocking of his upper torso while seated, often while he engaged in a cognitive task or listening to someone else, like his attorneys or something. Okay. So again, right hand, listen to this closely, folks. Right hand dominant, notably on a fine motor dexterity measure, Bryan moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively. So what they're saying is if he's going to pick this lighter up, okay, he's not just going to use his hand to do it and leave his arm positioned down. He's using his entire arm to do what he's doing, is what that means. Which, again, and again, this is saying right hand dominant. Remember that for future, okay? Remember this. Remember, there's no marks on this man's hands or arms. I think that's important to remember, is all I'm saying. It says his hands were observed to be red, chapped, and possibly swollen bilaterally during most sessions, worst in October of 24, on all mornings during December of 24 and January of 25 visits. He had to use petroleum jelly on his hands prior to our visit. His hands appeared less swollen and less red during my January 25 visit. Now,
Huh.
for those that don't understand this, because Bryan obsessively washed his hands. Obsessively. And I did it at some point, so I get it. That's why his hands were red, swollen, they were cracked. The petroleum, because the soap, the stuff that you would use or sanitizer dries your hands out horribly. I remember during COVID, I did it obsessively because I was freaked out about COVID. So I did it to the point where my hands literally on my knuckles were bleeding, folks. And I had to do the same thing with Vaseline or some kind of a petroleum care to seal it so that it stopped cracking. It's painful. But that is what was wrong with his hands.
What's interesting is it looks like it's in certain months, in October,
Yeah.
in the mornings in December, but in January, it looks like they appeared less
Less
swollen
red.
and less red. So I wonder, it sounds like he does it more often, or absolutely the worst, when something might be bothering him, something's going on, and that's what he does to self-soothe.
Yeah. Good point.
Hand
That's a good point,
washing.
Logan. Very good point.
So something sounds like it was going on for him in his brain in October and December.
Yeah. Right. I guess Patricia was asking what the difference would be, if it makes a difference, whether he was rocking back and forth this way or like this. I don't know that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it makes a difference. I'm just trying to picture which way he would be doing it. And I'm trying to picture that because in the courtroom, I want to see if he makes any like tiny movements to which way he would be doing it, or, if he did anything to indicate that he was about to do it. So a small movement here or there. I want to
Right.
go back and look to see.
Yeah. And to be and I think the reason why it's important is for us to understand like stress levels that he may have been under, what could trigger, what didn't trigger, things like that. It doesn't have any specific meaning, Patricia. But I see what you're asking. I do it from time to time too. Sometimes when I'm standing on my feet, I rock like this. When I'm standing up or back and forth on my feet, it's just a thing. I
I
think
bite
he
the
does.
inside of my mouth.
I do that too.
Oh, it's
Raw.
awful.
I do it till it's raw.
Raw. Yes.
Um, does he have meds? I think he does because he was taken when he was brought into intake when he first went to prison, where we saw the photograph. He was in a medical unit. So I think they had to process him through a medical unit. He has to be on medication for different things. I believe he was on medication for other things beforehand too. So especially after his diagnoses, um I think he probably was put on certain things. I would almost imagine, especially for anxiety and stuff.
Yeah, I'm very curious if he is, but I'm even more curious what he's on, what
Yeah,
he takes.
how many medications and what they are. I agree.
This next line is actually really interesting.
Right. So this is the effect and emotional expressions. It says restricted range of facial expression with stoic effect at baseline. His
Restricted range of facial expression. That's interesting.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. I've restricted range of facial expression. So even when he wants to express surprise or happy or he can, it just wouldn't look the same as you or I. Where is
Interesting.
it restricted? Is it restricted in the eyebrows? Is it restricted in the mouth? Is it like what area is it restricted in?
Right. Well, it says smiles were often slight, though there were
Oh.
a few occasions of notable brightening at times. Smiles occurred in unusual or incongruent context.
Ah, that's
Interesting.
interesting.
Very interesting. Meaning, for those that don't get it, that he smiled at times that you normally wouldn't smile. Um, hmm.
And it seemed like smiles were slight, so more like a half smirk
Mm-hmm.
type of thing rather than a genuine I'm happy smile. So that is okay, we'll keep going cuz this is saying a lot about
Yeah. I think this is important to understand too.
this is, yeah.
Also, we have inconsistent social smiling, usually absent. Did not smile at times when expected to be, or during instances of humor or shared enjoyment. And in fact, he often furrowed his eyebrows during more light conversations, which contributed to awkward engagement and incongruent nonverbal communication overall.
Interesting. That
So,
sounds to me like he is processing what the person is saying,
uh huh,
but almost like he's not sure how to act or react, or maybe
not
he's concentrating on timing, like should I smile at this, like
bingo.
how do I interact with this human being?
Again, because he's concentrating on what he's supposed to be doing. He doesn't have but we've said this a million times, and I know this from my own child again. He doesn't get social cues. Okay.
Right.
He doesn't understand, or it just doesn't spark like it does for us in his mind. If he's concentrating on one situation, he doesn't know to react to the other things, for lack of better ways to put it. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
And
that's
and I
so
think,
interesting.
well, and my son, when he was younger, would have to tell himself to understand sarcasm, anger, and different emotions that he didn't normally get. Like, I had to look at him when he was younger a few times and go, "Hey, buddy, that was funny. It's okay, you can laugh." Oh, okay. I did or sarcasm was a very hard one for him to understand because he would take it serious as a matter of factly situation. And I was like, "No, Caden, it was just they were kind of joking. It wasn't real. He was just saying it as being like," and I had to say smart ass. Oh, okay. And then going down the road as he was learning that, then he would react in times that he shouldn't. And that way thinking it's a complete total thing, folks. It's like not getting social cues, social anxiety, something like that. It all plays into this. So when people are saying this is why it pisses me off so bad, and sorry, Logan, I'm going to probably freak out a little bit. When people say the things they say about him and call him weird, say he's odd, all of that, shut up, because that's not what it is. He can't help it. He doesn't understand. Like his brain doesn't, especially if he's trying to focus on something else. You cannot do sometimes both at the same time. So you have to understand how hard that is. It is highly enraging, Witchy.
I was just
Absolutely.
gonna say how exhausting inside his brain. How
Yes.
exhausting.
Yes. Absolutely. So this is why I get so worked up when people like that asshole professor come out and say the things that they say. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand people, obviously, or you don't even try to look at this and understand what this actually is. It makes me sick, Logan.
And what's crazy is now I know that this gentleman doing these tests this is his career. He's a forensic
Right.
neuropsychological, doctor. I get that that's his job. But to meet with somebody, what, 2 or 3 times for a short period of time, and you can notice and gather all of this, like,
Right.
think of how obvious it was to him.
Yeah. Yes. Welcome, Davey. Agreed. It's so enraging. Yeah, it has to do with the dopamine and all of those things. The contrarian by nature. Welcome. Good point. So here again, this all plays back into the WSU lawsuit, things like this. If you don't know these things, and people are not going to come to you when they become new in your facility or in a situation and say, "Hi, my name's Brian. I'm autistic." Just so you know, it doesn't work that way, you guys. People don't
Right.
know, and people a lot of times like there's a shame behind it. They don't want to tell you that there's something wrong. Why? Why would you do that? Okay, you're not going to put yourself in a box. Nobody does that, and they shouldn't have to do that, okay? That's all I'm saying. And we also saw Brian in the DMV video, okay? There was nothing wrong with that man in that video as far as I'm concerned. Um, he did what anybody else would do. I'm just gonna tell you. I think this is why Brian wanted all this stuff to be sealed, Logan, because it's pointing out things in people that people don't want people to know. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion in some
Mm,
aspect. I'll just say.
Now that we see how normal he was in the DMV video, now I'm wondering how much time has he spent watching people and learning how to
Yep.
normally react, so when he goes out in public he can mimic those reactions or that conversation or how people treat each other and be social with each other, but it's a learned behavior,
Oh,
and when
you
he
know
has
how
to
I
just
can
be normal it's completely different.
you know how I can contribute that? When people say he's weird and he's staring, he's observing, folks. He's learning, folks. He's trying to become what everybody else around him is. And again, like Logan was saying earlier about the other things, think about the energy it takes to do this every single day. From the moment you get up to the moment you go to bed, you are constantly trying to, and I hate saying this word because I don't like the way it sounds, but you're constantly trying to make yourself normal. Okay. I don't think it's abnormal, but that's what people call it.
Right.
You're trying to make yourself be like everybody else because you don't want to be noticed in a negative way. Okay. And
Yeah.
again, this is something I went through with my own child every single day. And I had to have conversations. This stuff brings me to tears sometimes. So if I get all weird, I apologize right out of the gate. Okay. Many times I had to have conversations with my son before he went to school and remind him it's okay to be you. And don't worry what other people think. Okay.
Oh.
That's truly a fact. It's a normal, people go through this. Okay. And it's facts. It's facts. So
Was it something that you had to remind him
yes, I did
regularly because it was bad for him at school or because he forgot?
every single day, Logan,
Aw.
every day, because he didn't know how he was going to act. He didn't know what he was going to say or do. He was very my son was a very open, wanted to be friends with everybody person, okay? He was very open and very friendly, very loving and caring. And they've made him to this point because of everything he went through. It's made him a harder person. He's meaner in some ways. He doesn't trust people, all of that because I just told him to be himself and be nice to people. I would teach him that constantly. And because of that, he was weird. Why are you constantly trying to talk to us? Why are you wanting to this and that? And he didn't understand that. That's what I'm supposed to do, is his thought, you know?
Those words should
Anyway.
have never had to be said to him. It should have had to been said to his peers. Not him.
Well, that was a whole war in itself. And this isn't about me, you guys. I'm not trying to make it about me. I'm explaining to you, I understand all this. This is why I probably have such a passion about all of this stuff with Bryan, okay? And why I don't believe, one of the reasons I don't believe that he did this, because I see what I see.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying. Anyway.
How exhausting.
It is very, very much for the person themselves. Think about that, Logan, all day long. You're trying to make sure that you're going to fit into that range of normalcy so that people don't attack you, so that people don't hurt you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ugh. Heartbreaking.
So, inconsistent social smiling, usually absent, did not smile at times when expected. I just read that, I think. Hold on. There was no evidence of tearfulness, no overt indicators of anxiety or anger. So think about when Bryan was sitting in the courtroom at the sentencing hearing and he was being attacked. Okay? Verbally, disgustingly attacked by people such as Olivia Gonsalves. And then he didn't react. He did not react, not one time. Now, any one of us, our face would have cringed or we would have done something to react, okay? It doesn't happen like that, okay? It's not a thing. So think of the restraint that he had to have as listening to this, people talking to him and making him that person. That's amazing to me that somebody could hold that back. I would have flipped out. I would have.
That had to feel like it was lasting a year of him
Forever.
sitting in that chair.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
yes.
forever to have that much restraint. That's crazy.
Exactly. And you have the judge saying he's not human. I see that in the chat. There was everybody around him were telling him he wasn't who he was. They were calling him and labeling him as everything other than what he is and what he knows he is. That's insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely insane. So anyway, Bryan verbally expressed mild frustration during my first visit in October of 24 when an inmate was yelling during a portion of cognitive testing, which repeatedly impacted his concentration, which is understood. Go ahead.
I know it says Bryan verbally expressed mild frustration. I would love to know what that looks like for Bryan and what he said that made it clear he was mildly frustrated. I wish he would have put a little bit of detail on that and what mild frustration looks like for Bryan in those situations.
Well, verbally expressing, what did he say? You know, oh my God, you know, why is that
Like,
guy yelling?
Shut up or whatever.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. That would be interesting. Some typical social behavior was seen in Bryan's fairly consistent, though intense eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions, shaking hands upon greeting. Such behavior seemed routine. Oh my God. Routinized. I know I'm not saying that right.
Yep.
Bryan also made clear attempts to ask questions about others at times, but often the questions were about very specific details of topics that had been discussed previously. Now, I'm going to stop there for a minute. Go back to when Bryan was pulled over, I think it was in August or October, by the female police officer. We'll go with that one first. When he asked all the questions he asked about the laws, okay? He's asking because he doesn't understand. what the law is. He wants to understand. And then he's very curious. And again, this is something my son has as well. It's crazy. He's very curious as to how things work. So he can remember that. So he knows how to do that. For instance, what I'm guessing here is um some typical social behavior was seen in Brian's fairly consistent, though intense eye contact. Again, people are saying that he stared, that he did this, he did that. He's observing to learn, folks. Remember that. Observing to absorb, so that he remembers. This is what happens when that happens. This is what you do when this goes on. Things like that to understand and remember it. Truly. Okay? And it says such behavior seemed routinized. I think that's it. Sorry. Brian also made clear attempts to ask questions about others at times, but often the questions were about very specific details of topics that had been discussed previously. So, what did Ms. Massoff mean when she was saying this to me? Does it mean this, or that? Or did it mean something different? So I know what she's saying, stuff like that.
And he also saying here, his behavior seemed more like a routine.
Right.
Like, okay, when I go to the grocery store, I say hello to the greeter at the door. Then I go in aisle 2 because that's where the bread is. And I grab my bread. Then I need to go get milk. So I go, and every time I pass somebody in the grocery store, I nod my head and say hello. Like, learned behavior, like we were just talking about. It's not natural for him. It's more of a routine and he taught himself by looking at other people. That's exactly what he's saying.
Absolutely. Somebody said I missed
Shaking
the part.
hands.
I hope I covered that part and went back and covered it. Sorry. Yeah, shaking hands upon greeting. Such behavior seemed routinized. Brian also made clear attempts. Okay, I read that. I don't want to read it 4 times to you guys. Sorry. But often the questions were about very specific details of topics. Okay, again. On a few occasions, he made positive comments about my educational attainment. He was never overtly inappropriate, meaning you're very smart, or something like that. Like maybe positive, like I think you do a great job at what you do. Something like that is how I'm guessing. You're very good at this or something like that. But was not overtly inappropriate. There you go. So he
Yep.
wasn't out of the range of being in the box that he was supposed to be in. Frequent atypical social behavior was evident in multiple respects. However, including lack of descriptive or emphatic gestures, a typical speech tone and cadence, awkward interaction and lack of fluidity, awkward delivery of humor at times, e.g., carrying on a joke longer than expected. Of course. Again, these are all things my son has done. This is crazy. I feel like I'm talking about my child here.
What I noticed there is the awkward interaction, lack of fluidity. I mean, that tells you right there that he's not coordinated.
Right.
Like even just in simple small interactions, he's noticeably not coordinated.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lisa. You as well, dear. Thank you so much. Along with that, carrying on a joke longer than my son does it all the time. He'll keep going with it to continue to receive a reaction from it because he enjoys the reaction he's getting from it, folks. Facts are facts. Awkward comments, e.g., I had a lot of fun doing the cognitive test, which doesn't sound like a normal thing to say. You just did a cognitive test and you're saying that was a lot of fun. It seems out of the, you know what I mean? But yeah. I get it. Because it's interesting to Bryan Kohberger because of the way his mind works. That was why it was fun to him. 100%. Thank you, Rosie. Inconsistent understanding, acknowledgement of humor, poor reciprocity of interaction, including very frequent refocus of conversation back on his own experiences. How do you take that, Logan?
So what he's basically saying is he's having a conversation with Bryan Kohberger is having a conversation with this man doing the test, and he can't follow the conversation. He can't reciprocate properly in a conversation. Like, hey, Bryan, what did you think of XYZ? Well, Bryan didn't find that interesting. So he's just not going to answer that question. He's going to start talking about something completely different. So he's going to say, hey, Bryan, what did you think of the cognitive test? And let's say Bryan didn't like that test. He's going to say, my shoes hurt my feet so bad right now. He's not reciprocating proper conversation, things like that. That's basically what he's saying.
Bingo.
And instead of saying, well, what did you think of the cognitive test? He will say, like I just said, my shoes hurt my feet right now. So it's on himself. He's talking about himself, and he's not talking about the topic that he's supposed to be talking about.
Yes, sorry. And it kind of proves that it will pull him. It'll distract him. It takes his focus away at the same time because of that situation as well. Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely. Reduced social quality. Reduced social quality at times without awareness, primarily through matter-of-fact comments or directives, e.g., replying firmly, "I'll tell you when I'm done," when I prompted for anything else during cognitive measures or in abrupt responses. Unusual observations he made during testing, occasional intense gaze.
Unusual observations he made during testing. That's interesting.
Well, okay. So I could see that. Just like when he was first arrested, when he makes the statement, "You look familiar" to Brett Payne, something like that. Like it's something that doesn't fit with the moment. Like during his during testing, he probably observed something like that's. I like the way the two colors of your tie blend together. You know what I mean?
Or that's really weird. This word isn't spaced out the same as the word next to it.
Bingo.
Like
Bingo. Yep. Good catch. Good call.
The thing is I noticed those things too, though.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
It does seem like he hyper focuses, though.
Oh my God. Yes. Like, for instance, this reminds me of something with him too. Again, but I'm not going to keep going there, you guys. Like you just like he could have said something like, you just asked me that question in a different way. He'll catch that, but he doesn't catch what's going on right now in front of him at the moment.
Right.
Same thing. And then with the speech, it states that fluent, clearly articulated, and appropriate in rate and volume speech was monotone overall, but with episodic, unusual inflection. Meaning, fluent, clearly articulated, he speaks very well, and appropriate in rate and volume. He's not talking too loud or too quiet, and he's not talking too fast or too slow. Speech was monotone overall, meaning there's really no emotion in the speech. It's just a monotone. It doesn't go up or down. It stays the same level. But with episodic unusual inflection, meaning like there's short episodes of the inflection changing from time to time is all it means.
So like where he would normally say like, "I'm going to go to the game tonight." I said, "I'm going to go to the game tonight." He would say, "I'm going to go to the game tonight."
Yeah. He would throw those little inflections in here and there that are a little unusual.
Yeah.
It is what it is. The languaging, generally appropriate in content and form with no grammatical errors. However, language was often over-inclusive and disorganized. Language was highly repetitive with frequent scripted phrases, most often used in transitional statements. Objectively speaking, mind you, to be fair, moral of the story, or in-text responses. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that just goes along with his learned behavior. It's not stuff that probably, it sounds good to him, but it's something that he heard somewhere else from somebody that he probably thought was cool or probably thought was really, really smart. So it's not that he likes the saying, it's that the person that he learned it from or heard it from, he wants to be like them maybe. So
Good point.
he'll copy it and copy it. So
This is interesting because my son, and even myself, I remember doing this when I was younger, will create words to put into sentences that don't exist. He does it all the time. He still does it. I did it when I was younger too. He'll just put words in, and he'll also mismatch words that don't belong in a conversation. And you're like, and I've had to stop him many times. Like, hold on, bud, wait, that doesn't fit with this conversation. That's not what you meant. And your brain's going so fast, you're just reaching for words. I've done it in here a couple times. I've caught myself coming up with words that don't exist. You just say it, and it's like, oh, what did I just say? So, yeah, it's another thing as well. I'm not saying Bryan did this, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I've done it. So, I can't remember what word I said in here. It was a while ago, but I created it, and it was a word that I added other words to, and everybody in here went, "What did you just say?" Nothing. Forget it. Move on.
No, I do that. I do that. Like, I'll say, let's say I say, you're looking very meatballish today. Like you just make up a word, but mine, I know I'm doing it and it's
Of
funny.
course.
But for people on the spectrum, they
don't even realize what they're doing. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, I did it before remember insisting that antique was pronounced antiq. Yes, my son does stuff like that all the time. I can't remember. Oh, I did it with the word misogyny, misogynistic. My mods could tell you if they were in here. I said misogynistic, and they were like, "What did you just say?" Because I was reading so fast, I wasn't processing as I was reading. And as soon as I said it, I knew what I said. That it was misogynistic. You know what I'm saying? But then I'm like, yeah, it's misogynistic, and I went, "What the fuck did I just say?" I remember doing that, and they all were like, "Okay, Dago, keep going, bud." It was so bad. Anyway, where was I? Extensive vocabulary language was overly formal and very often metaphorical or philosophical throughout the sessions. Meaning he's speaking very in a very high range, possibly, or very, very. How can I explain this? Like making things sound like more than what they are. I guess you could say. Right, senor. As long as you understand what you're saying, who cares, right?
Yeah.
Boopity doo. I like that, Rochelle. That's funny. Appeared intact, no evidence of difficulty understanding me. Highly distracted by sounds or activity in the environment with frequent peripheral monitoring. Yes. Very, very easy to distract. Very easy.
So peripheral monitoring is like, he's looking
everything around him. Yeah.
Supposed to be engaging in conversation, but instead he's, looking to the side and
he's picking up on everything going on around him. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Numerous instances when he appeared not to be listening to instructions requiring repetition, weakness in self-monitoring of his own responses on verbal tasks. Interesting.
So he's hyper-focused, but only on things he's interested in or wants to be hyper-focused on.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to other things, like other activities that he just has to do, it's not the same. It's very different.
Yep. You are correct. Numerous instances when he appeared to be listening to instruction. I just read that. Sorry. Mm-hmm. His concentration appeared most notably impacted during a timed visual matching measure due to an external distraction resulting in the spoiling of the subtext.
Huh. So he was supposed to be doing a matching thing, but something else happened and he was super distracted and it completely ruined the whole test.
Yeah, that happens here in my house. Daily, Logan. Honest to God, if my son is doing dishes, he's 20 years old and we still have to repeatedly put him back on task, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to be doing dishes. I swear to you, he'll walk out of the kitchen 5 or 6 times because He either hears something or sees something, or he's purposely getting away from it because he can't focus on it. Repeatedly, or he'll go to the bathroom. He'll come back. He'll go back, and then he can't go back to the task. We have to reassert him every time. It's
Go to the
nonstop.
bathroom, but as you're walking by, you catch something on TV, so you stop in here and listen and watch, and then you see that the rug is messed up, so you go fix that, and then yeah.
All of it. Every bit of
Yep.
it. Every single day. We'll ask him to do specific tasks. It takes all day for him to do it because he's repeatedly distracted and moving all over the place. So yes. Impulsive tendencies throughout evaluation, e.g., attempted to begin tasks early or turn pages himself, violated rules, rushed through tasks.
Oh,
Oh, I get that.
interesting.
I think that's the ADHD. That's
So okay, so they obviously purposely do an impulse control
uh-huh.
test, but Brian doesn't know these things are happening. These
Right.
are, parts that this neuro psych test giver is doing during the testing. And
Yeah.
so at one point, obviously it was told to Brian, like, I'm going to turn all the pages in this book, and probably like would do them do the first two like too fast, and then he would put too much time and wait to turn the next one and see his reaction on that, and Brian would reach to turn them in himself instead.
Yep. That makes perfect sense too.
Interesting.
Somebody asked, how does he drive? Because he's moving. I mean, I think like again, focus. It's all about focus.
Yeah, he's got somewhere he wants to go. I mean, he's got to get to school. So I don't know. I wonder if when he is driving, if he has to put something on the radio that makes him concentrate, or who knows what he has to do. Have no radio so he can concentrate, or who knows what he does.
Right. Yes, I
But
agree,
yeah,
Susan. Yeah, if you missed a page or missed a paragraph, he would tell you. Agreed.
yep, absolutely.
Okay, thought processes. Generally goal directed, but often his thought processes appeared over inclusive at times. He insisted on telling a more elaborate build-up to his main point. Sounds like Chris Whitcomb, the way he explains things.
It does.
You can ask him what color are your shoes? Well,
One day when I was in the FBI, there was 8 people that were
Yep.
shot, and
yeah, my shoes are red because, well, yeah, 100%. That's exactly
yeah.
what happens. And again, this is something I do sometimes too, so I get it. He could be disorganized, but generally circled back to his point and told me if I interrupted his trajectory, insisting he be able to continue. This is probably why people took him as being forceful or bossy, whatever you want to call it, because he can't help himself. It's just part of his mindset, the way it works.
That's
Interpreted,
interesting.
it's wild to me. It is. My son is constantly like he'll be telling us something, especially when he's upset, and we already know what he's going to say, so we kind of like, unfortunately, cut him off. You have to let me talk. He flips out every time because he can't get his thought out, and it is frustrating. I've been there, so
But
I
is it
absolutely understand it.
it's okay for him to get sidetracked and start telling a second story or a sub story, but if
Yes.
somebody else gets him sidetracked, it's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that
Interesting.
it's constant. It's always like this. Always with him, constantly talking to him. And he'll interrupt us when we're talking because his point needs to be made for it. So here's the thing. How many times have we been on panel? I try really hard not to do it. It's very hard. But how many times have we been on panels, Logan, and I've interrupted people? Okay? Because I have a point that if I don't say it, I will forget it. It's just all the time, and I hate doing it. I don't do
I
it on
don't
purpose.
notice it. I have to be honest. I don't notice it.
I work really hard to not do it, but when I first started doing YouTube, I did it all the time, all the time. And I'm like, you got to stop doing that. You got to stop doing that, and I will try my damnedest, but I have interrupted people. I don't know how many times, because if I don't say what I'm going to say in a minute and a half, it's gone. Sometimes it comes back. Sometimes it don't.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's insane. It's crazy. And I hate doing it. I feel so rude when I do it, and I feel bad, and I'm constantly apologizing for it, but it is what it is. Just who I
I
am.
will sometimes when I know there's a long conversation happening, I will write down like 3 words of my point so I don't lose it. But then when I reread the 3 words that I wrote down, it makes no sense, and so I lose
Yep.
my point. Trying so hard not to.
I've done that type of thing too. That's funny.
Doesn't work.
Oh, thank you, Claire. That's so sweet of you. God bless, hon.
Aw.
Um, interpreted instructions literally at times, leading to numerous questions and need for clarification, as well as apparent confusion about how to answer some items on a visual perceptual measure. Preservative ideation was evident in multiple respects as Bryan often carried on about topics in a more circular manner than expected. So I'm going to stop there too again and remind you all of every time we've heard about Bryan be spatially trapping people to have these conversations that he doesn't want to end. This is what this is. Okay? And this is again something my son does as well that I have experienced physically. If he's talking about something that is very important to him or something that he's very interested in, he has to explain it to its extent in his mind. You can't just stop in the middle of it and say, "All right, we're done talking." And people at some point, sometimes these conversations will go on for hours, okay? And people are like, "Okay, I got to go." That doesn't process for him. He has to explain to you to the full extent of what he's explaining to get it out and until he's done, okay? I understand that. I see that every day. So, I fully get that. And he'll talk in a circle. He'll come right back to the beginning point to where he started and he'll continue on with it again. Absolute. I see that every single day. It drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. And I've done it myself. So um preservative ideation was evident in multiple respects as Bryan often did I already read this again? No. Preservative ideation was evident in multiple respects as Bryan often carried on about topics. Oh my God, hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay. In a more circular manner than expected, fixated on routine of timing or breaks and procedures, and persevered on wanting to know results of the testing. Oh, I understand. How much longer is this going to take? When do we get a break? Um, how long have we been doing this? I've been that person my whole life. And then wanting to, okay, how did I do on that? Did I do okay on that? Are we done? Did I do all right at the end of that's a lot of that. I've been the same person myself. Um, rigid thinking and behavior were also evident in multiple instances, particularly related to time frames, routine, and length of breaks. Rigid thinking and behavior also evident in multiple instances, particularly related to time frames, routine, and length
Like
of breaks.
if the time frame goes over 2 minutes, he's pissed because we should have been back 2 minutes
Yep.
ago and started.
Gotcha.
Routine, you can't interrupt it. It's got to be exactly how it is, and if
Stay
it's interrupted, the whole day's ruined. It's wrong.
stay on schedule, right?
Yep.
Yep. Got you. No acute delusional ideas or distortions of reality, but some unusual thinking processes were noted. Bryan also displayed hypervigilance in his current situation and when referencing past situations. So
Oh,
that's interesting as well.
yeah.
The overall insight, I'm guessing, says, or is what it's saying, insight into that is overall poor, though with moments of fleeting acknowledgement when explicitly challenged to consider his role in certain situations. What do you take from that one, Logan?
Well, it says insight, and the answer basically was overall poor insight. So, although he did have moments of fleeting acknowledgement when challenged. So the person giving this test thinks that Bryan Kohberger has poor insights, so he looks at things not how they should be looked at. But when he's asked about a certain thing about it, he can acknowledge it and talk about it and challenge the idea, but the overall thoughts he has on certain situations are not what they should be, or poor, different
Good
than what's
point.
expected.
Good point. Good point. Cognitive measures, and then this is, of course, all redacted. It says at the bottom,
Ugh,
evaluation data available to state's expert upon request.
dang it.
I wish they would stop redacting all of this. Jesus, look at all this.
That's a lot.
Good God. Are you kidding me?
We do get the diagnostic conclusions, though,
Yeah. Thank God.
at the end. Well, kind of.
Do you want to read this
Well,
next, or do you want me to keep going?
let's see. The informant reports. Let's see what's in it. It basically says Bryan's family members did not report more problems than expected of someone his age in most domains. At subclinical level, patterns within family members' responses suggested that Bryan struggles to concentrate when something is not interesting to him, which we basically both just said.
Yeah.
His family members reported observations of problems planning effectively, procrastination, disorganization at times. His mom reported to me that childhood symptoms of attention and EF issues were significantly amplified in these areas, though some continue to persist to date. So he had a lot more issues like in attention deficit when he was little, but they're still showing through as an adult. Behavioral problems were more consistently reported across people that they interviewed for this, like family members, though
Right.
only in one instance reported to notable excess on questionnaires. Bryan's mother and sisters reported that he exhibits a variety of impulsive tendencies at times, such as rushing, saying things without thinking, talking at the wrong time, talking excessively, not thinking before acting, and difficulty waiting. So he's very impatient too. During interview, his family described these patterns to be very impactful within their interactions. So his family notices like the larger things, it seems like.
But they know him, and it's not a big deal because that's who they know. That's
Right.
how that happens.
Right. Exactly.
This is just what you come to expect from this person because this is who they are. And
Yeah.
they've adapted their lifestyle to this, and I'm sure, just as I have with my son and my mother did with me, and we all do with our loved ones, period.
Yeah.
This is a lot of this, it's funny because I'm reading myself out in some of these aspects here too, folks, and my son. It's crazy.
It's funny because in chat, people are like, I'm confused. Are we talking about myself or Bryan?
Right, right. Yeah, this is Bryan Kohberger, not us, folks.
I swear that I think most people have some smidge of some part of the spectrum.
Yes.
It just depends on, you know,
Oh,
how
yeah.
heavy it is or how light it is.
Yes, ma'am. Very high functioning aspects where you don't even realize it. I know people that are in my community know that I am like my moderators, they know me. They know, like, okay, Dago can't pay attention to this. We have to make sure we redirect him over here for this. When this happens, it's going to distract him. I know you've seen it. If something goes on in my chat and I happen to notice it, I'm completely, totally fucking distracted immediately. So it's
Oh
just one
yeah.
of them things. So
Yeah.
absolutely, it happens all the time, and they just accept it and they move on because they know me. You know what I mean? So a lot of us have these issues, guys, and it's just part of life. You deal with it, you adapt, and you move forward. That's all.
Yeah. So all of his family members also identified many symptoms of cognitive and behavioral inflexibility. If anybody doesn't know what cognitive means, it means like cognitive behavioral therapy is therapy that you do and you are purposely thinking about it. You are acknowledging everything. It's cognitive. You're aware of it. So, numerous symptoms of cognitive and behavioral inflexibility. Melissa reported significantly more problems with flexibility than typical for Bryan's age. For example, family members said that Bryan exhibits rigid thinking and behavior, has trouble coping with changes in routines, is not flexible, and struggles to accept alternative solutions to those problems. Such aforementioned patterns are commonly characteristic of the behavioral features of autism spectrum disorder discussed more below. Family members also consistently reported limitations in Bryan's self-awareness and ability to monitor his own behavior. So that would be also part of cognitive behavior.
Right.
When you can't acknowledge your own behavior, you're not aware of them,
Of course.
particularly for impact on others. For example, all family members acknowledge that Bryan doesn't always notice when his behavior directly upsets others and does not understand why people are upset. Boom. There you go. That is for every person in his class that said, he tried to trap me. He's not aware of that.
Bingo. Or
Multiple
any of the
family,
other stuff either.
yeah, literally. Multiple family members also reported that he often annoys or upsets other people without trying to do that. And these patterns are discussed at length during interviews with family. Relatedly, Bryan was reported to exhibit deficits in social awareness alongside other social deficits or atypicalities that are characteristics of autism spectrum disorder. Related to social awareness, for example, both sisters reported that Bryan is often not aware of other people's thoughts and provided indication that Bryan has less insight into or distress about his social difficulties. So he doesn't really even understand that he might be socially awkward. Doesn't
Nope.
even see it, doesn't get it, so doesn't know how to change it. He can watch people all he wants and try and mock them or mimic their behavior, but in the end of the day, it's not always going to be that way.
And if people are bringing it to his attention, then he's going to work on trying to change it. But if you don't tell him he's doing it, he doesn't know in most senses.
Yeah. And sometimes his family will be like, Bryan, you're doing this again. And he'll be like, no, I wasn't.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. And I bet you that happened more times than it didn't, honestly. Especially in those
Probably.
aspects. And that shame on this is why I get so angry with these people that supposedly, especially this professor of his, she's an educator. You should know these things, okay? You should see these things, but you choose not to. You choose to be the ugly, dark person you are, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
What's crazy is this is feedback. This is in every aspect of behavior, in every aspect of what a human being is and how they act.
Right.
This person doing this test noticed in nearly every single subcategory that there was something going on. So for a teacher to not notice one thing and call him names and follow him around, writing stuff about him, getting into little groups with students that are much younger than you to talk shit about him, like, grow up.
Publicly
So gross.
humiliating him.
Yes.
You're disgusting. You're a disgusting person.
And then when she sees him alone, she's trying to get his attention and be nice to him. Why? Because you're not in front of your little students. So dumb.
That made no sense to me at all. It's disgusting.
It says family members described engaging in extensive social coaching and provision of social feedback to little avail, meaning they tried to engage him in like coaching, somebody coaching him for social situations, but
Right.
it didn't work. Bryan's mother and sisters all reported moderate to severe deficits and atypicalities in social communication. For example, family members identified deficits in nonverbal communication in multiple respects, such as in limited range of facial expressions. He might appear to be overly serious, difficulty communicating about his own emotions, and atypical speech tone, that he might sound mechanical. His family also reports that Bryan is frequently awkward in conversation and struggles with the reciprocity of interaction. Sorry. Back and forth, meaning a back and forth exchange. He's not good at carrying on a conversation with back and forth conversation.
Right.
Family members reported that Bryan compulsively talks and you can't get a word in. Man, if his teachers and classmates knew that, it sounds like at DeSales they understand this stuff. But
Uh-huh.
WSU might need some classes in teaching the professors what ASD is
Yep.
and what it looks like in real life. Let's see. Family members reported that Bryan compulsively talks and you can't get a word in. Bryan's sister Melissa also identified notable patterns of social cognition, often characteristic of autism spectrum disorder, such as literal thinking, problems appreciating the bigger picture, and overly focuses on small details. You know, now I'm wondering, is this what Melissa was going to be called to the stand for by the state?
Right.
That's what I
Yeah.
think.
That's a
Stuff
good
like
point.
this.
Very good point.
Let's see.
And you know what's interesting too is both of his sisters are in psychology. That's interesting
Mhm.
to me. Both of them. Go ahead.
And, you know, I'm glad you said that because that is interesting. And I wonder if they notice things about Bryan, maybe a
Right.
little bit more because of their knowledge
Sure. Sure.
of it.
Absolutely. And
Interesting.
it's interesting because my wife she has 2 degrees in psychology, as I've
Yeah.
said many times in the past, and that it's definitely helped us with ours, in ourselves. Like there's things that we can see in ourselves because of her and what she's learned and what we understand from it. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. I absolutely agree.
Um,
Read this already. His family members also reported restricted and repetitive behaviors and interests. RRBI characteristics of ASD, with sisters reporting moderate all symptomatology compared to what is typical for age. For example, family members reported Bryan exhibits narrowly focused interest with unusually high intensity, tendency to talk about the same thing repeatedly, uh, preservative thinking, inflexible, rigid behaviors, and problems adapting to change. Regarding daily living skills, Bryan's mother also identified underdeveloped social skills and limited pursuit of typical leisure activities in everyday life compared to what is typical for age. Slight differences relative to age were also noted in the way in which he takes initiative or lack thereof in his work activities, e.g., the attitude at work following instruction. His parents and siblings also provided comments about strengths they believe he exhibits and areas of concern. Notable strength included his mother's report that Bryan is always true to himself, and father report that his knowledge is well researched, thick, and fact checked before he speaks. Meaning, that if he's going to talk about something, he knows exactly what he's talking about before he talks about it. He's going to make sure 100% that what he's about to tell you, that he's going to fact check it, research it, and then when he explains it to you, it is what it is. And if you argue at that point, he's going to make it known. I absolutely know this is what this is.
yeah.
Um, His sisters commented about his intellect, logic, and humor, and they noted that he is resilient, strong-minded, smart, and good at explaining new topics slash teaching. Concerns with which is why I think I've said this, that Dr. whatever her name is, or Professor whatever her name is, Amelie, was threatened by Bryan and his intellect and his intelligence level. Because in some ways, I almost wonder that Bryan was smarter than her. Okay, because he corrected her, he did things like that. She didn't like that. It is what it is. I understand that, but if somebody's right, they're right, and if they're wrong, they're wrong. That is all there is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like that his family said these nice things about him,
Yes.
but they're not just like nice things like, "Oh, your hair looks good," or
Right.
they're like deeper nice things. And I agree. I've heard some things that Bryan Kohberger has said, and I know the Gilter community think he's just this creepy weirdo, but he has said some things that I thought were absolutely hysterical. That if somebody was around me for the first time and told me I had good birthing hips, I would pee laughing. Like, that is so funny to me.
Right. Yeah, and here, don't forget that part of that is because he's so matter of fact and literal, as it's stated,
Yes.
that he's probably right. Like, she probably does, whoever he said that to, and he's being literal about it, and trying to give a compliment without, in an awkward way, not knowing that he's doing it in the wrong way. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I absolutely understand, and if I would have probably done the same thing. I'd have died laughing. Uh, um, where was I? Intellect. They noted that he was strong, resilient. Concerns are that were noted by the family were primarily social and emotional in nature, including difficulty with emotional vulnerability and lack of social skills. We already know that. So the diagnostic conclusions on this were based upon the results of the record review, interviews, and evaluation of Bryan, acquired in the context of my clinical training and experience as documented on my Vita, and alongside my general knowledge of the scientific literature in my field, some examples of which are cited in the appendix. The following diagnostic conclusions are presented as being accurate and warranted at the level of reasonable psychological certainty. So, the current diagnoses are autism spectrum disorder level 1, which is the same exact thing my son has. It's crazy. Without accompanying intellectual or language impairment, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Oh, I
Again,
called it.
right? ADHD. Combined presentation in partial remission. There it is. Obsessive compulsive disorder. Ding, ding, ding. With absent insight. Also, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. ARFID. And
ARFID.
yeah, which is basically he doesn't want to eat certain things or certain ways because he doesn't want to gain weight again. He lost all that weight. He wants to stay skinny like he is.
So I have this a little bit. Mine has to do with texture. Um, if let's say I get a bowl out and I'm gonna eat a bowl of cereal, if I see like a speck of anything on the bowl, I think the whole bowl is dirty. And now I can't eat at all. Like, yeah, I have this a little
Same way.
bit. But it could be for different reasons. He could be avoiding the food because he hates the texture. I can't eat food that has a bone in it. That's disgusting to me. Stuff like that. So that's what RFID is. If nobody
I
knows
think
what
I have
that
a bit of it
is.
too because I'm the exact same way with certain things. There's certain okay, this is weird. Tomatoes, I love tomatoes on sandwiches and burgers and whatever. But if you give me something that has, you know what stewed tomatoes are?
Mm,
I can't handle that texture, so I don't eat it or I'll push it to the side.
yeah.
It
I
drives me
can't
nuts.
do chunks in
Right,
anything.
right.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Same here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I have this in some aspect as well. Diagnosis for which Bryan met criteria in the past. Um,
Bingo. Look at the
yep.
first one.
developmental coordination disorder, which goes along with the, um, I think
Dexterity
the
issues and
dyspraxia, yeah,
mm-hmm.
anorexia nervosa, binge eating, purging type in full remission. So he was anorexic and it's in remission at this point.
That's that's very different for men, I think. Not that it's different, it's just more common in females to
Oh,
have
yeah.
anorexia. Um and binging and purging. Trigger warning if this bothers anybody, I apologize, but I'm glad it's in full remission for him. I believe that anorexia, this is my personal thought. I believe that anorexia and binging, purging a lot of times doesn't have to do with wanting to be thin. It
No,
has to do with control. It has to do with control.
there's psychological aspect to it.
Yes.
Yes,
It's huge, huge. I
big
would
time.
say that's 90% of it.
Yeah, I've dealt with. I know people that have had the anorexia, binging and purging, bulimia, binging and purging, multiple versions of this. Yeah, but I do
Mhm.
believe 100% control is absolute, 100%.
Yep.
And again, yeah, full remission. That's awesome. That is
Yeah.
amazing. Unspecified depressive disorder. That's something I actually have. Mine's generalized depressive disorder, but I get it. His is not specified as to one specific version of it. And opioid use disorder is sustained remission. So that goes back to his drug addiction that he had, so on and so forth with heroin. So
Yep.
it gives you the autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment. And then
Fully
redact,
redacted.
redact. And again, the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, combined presentation in partial remission. Partial remission. He still has some of it. Redacted again, obsessive compulsive disorder with absent insight. So he's OCD, as we all knew already, but also with absent insight, meaning he doesn't have any insight into it at all. Redacted again, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, which we just talked about. Redacted, redacted. Diagnosis for which Bryan met criteria in the past. Redacted. Ridiculous. Redacted.
That's it.
Um, that's it. The above conclusions are respectfully submitted, being accurate and warranted at the level of reasonable psychological certainty based on the data included in the evaluation, acquired in the context of my clinical background and expertise. Signed, Dr. Rachel Orr. There she is, a licensed psychologist, board certified clinical neuropsychologist. So, and then this shows the appendix example of relevant references that they used for all this. There's a lot. And all of these, if you guys go to this, are clickable. No, maybe not. Okay. I thought they were clickable links. No. And then the curriculum vitae shows um, Rachel Lawson Orr. This shows basically her background and why she's doing what she does, how she does what she does, where she got all of her schooling and everything, her licensing, certifications, awards, distinctions, employment, where she worked at. All of it's right there. And this explains a little bit more about where she worked at, so on and so forth. She's been very widespread. That's a lot. Jesus. Again, this is all her background, you guys, which I usually kind of skip through because we know who she is. Obviously, we see how good she is. My God. Hold on. And that one is that. That's it for that document. That's quite interesting, I think, Logan. You're muted, dear. Where did you go?
Can you
There
hear
you
me?
are. Yeah, I hear you
That
now.
was weird. Um, I think the next document is the exact same thing. I don't think there's anything different to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything different to the next document, but that's so very telling. I mean, having an insight on that, we knew some of that, but that's very detailed.
Yep.
I
Yes.
wish we could get all of it. I understand why we can't, but I think if we could get all of it, it would be so detailed and explain just even in depth even more. But that's
I
a
agree.
really good grasp on it.
I will tell you one thing it doesn't mean, though. Knowing all of that doesn't make him a murderer by any means whatsoever.
And I was going to ask you that too. Is there any point in Bryan Kohberger's life that we've heard of so far that would give anybody the inclination to look at it as like a warning sign? I haven't really found anything
Nothing,
yet.
Logan.
And
Nothing.
I know I'm a little biased, but I try and be open-minded. I've tried to look at things to see if there's any sort of warning sign.
There, there's
I just
been
don't.
no, there's been, right. There's been nothing that has pointed to that he was cruel to animals, when he was younger, or any kind of like um, like hurting himself or trying to hurt other people. Um, I think there's been a lot of statements put out that are not true. There was a
Mhm.
statement put out by Thomas. Uh, I can't think of her name right now, but it said that he became bullying to him. What I think happened in that situation, I don't think it was bullying. I think Brian gained self confidence when he lost the weight, something he didn't have before. When you gain confidence and you don't have it previous to, I've been through this, is why I know this. You become a little bit more sure of yourself and a little bit more, you have a little more faith in who you are as a person. So I think some people mistake bullying for confidence in some ways. Okay. Maybe Brian said something as in like, come on, you can do this. You can do that. Stop being a pussy or something like that. And he took it as a bullying situation. I'm not saying this is what happened, guys. I'm just giving an example of a possibility. And that kid took it as bullying when Brian was just being overly confident because he's learning something new that he never had before. And he's over exasperating it, in my opinion, possibly. That's just something I thought of because I don't see him ever bullying anybody. There's never been any accounts of that put out there by anybody else. One person says it. I did. I'm sorry, Pedro. Uh, you know what I meant. I did say pussy. My apologies.
That's so funny.
Please excuse me for saying the P word. Um, but you know what I meant. Um, hey, Bubbles, welcome back there. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Um, and I think it came from one person. Okay, so one person making a statement does not proclaim him as a bully. I just think that he became maybe overly confident, and we already read that he has a tendency from time to time to go overboard with some of his actions. And that was probably told to him, "Hey, you're getting a little carried away. Back down." Okay, because you have to tell these people these things. I've had to be told things like, "You're getting over a little too excited here. Calm down." Okay, sorry. You know, it is what it is. That's just my thought. I don't see Bryan Kohberger ever being a bully to anybody. In fact, I believe that he was bullied to the point that when he did start to gain his own confidence, that he didn't know how to handle it. Maybe okay, and when you have a new quality or a new something new that you're experiencing, you have to adjust to it, like anything. Again,
But
this is my opinion. He
yeah,
reminds me of
and
Sheldon too.
it can even be things simply where you do get this newfound confidence and you kind of have the attitude sometimes like things you accepted from people and
Yeah,
ways you let people treat you. You kind
right,
of have this screw you. I don't need you. Go away. Like
right.
I don't have to listen to you now. I don't think badly of myself anymore.
Bingo, and that could
So I don't
come
have to
off.
listen to you think badly of me either.
You are correct. That's exactly what I was trying to say, and I just didn't know how to say it, and you just said it. So thank you very much. Sausage said, "Yep, you see it a lot when everything else in someone's life feels like there is no control. Being able to control your food is something you latch on to." Good point, Sausage. Very good point.
Absolutely. I've been a vegetarian for 29 years. It'll be 30 this next year. And that initially started for me for having control. I needed something that I could have control over, that nobody could take from me and nobody could change. And that's where that started. Then I just realized I don't really like meat, so might as well just stick with it. But that's how that started for me. I'm
See,
human.
I'm kind of that way, and it wasn't with food because I don't have control with food. I like food, unfortunately, because I probably should have married somebody or stayed married to somebody that couldn't cook. Because when I married somebody that could cook, it caused me a lot of problems because I like food. Um, they're very much misunderstood, Moonlit. But my mother was my mother was a helicopter parent. She was very controlling over me as a child and as a teenager. So when I had finally gained some control of myself, I took full advantage and ran a marathon with that. Like, you can't do this. You can't tell me what to do. You cannot control me. I have that control. Back up. I got it. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I absolutely get it. Absolutely get it. I think so too. And I've said that for a long time. I fully believe that he was completely misunderstood, not only by people around him, but even by himself in some ways, you guys. So, and he had to learn that. And he's still learning that, I think, I'm sure. So, absolutely. Did you want to cover any more of these documents, Logan, or do you just want to jump into just a general conversation and get into some other stuff?
Yeah, we could just do a general conversation. I don't think I've peeked at the other ones and I don't think there's a whole lot.
Right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions too, I'm sure. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, if you want to do that, we can. If you want to go whatever you want to do, you're the guest. You
Yeah,
make the choice here.
we can just jump into regular conversation, have questions from chat or anything.
This has been actually kind of fun. I like doing this with you. And breaking that down to learn and understand who this guy is kind of important for all of us, I think, you guys, because coming to the realization of who Bryan is important in this entire case. To see him, I don't care what side you're on, whether you're on the guilty side or the innocent side, we still need to understand who he is as a person, period. And I think this was very important. Very important.
You
I
know,
think,
I'm curious what your thoughts are because you're knowledgeable on this subject as well. But when he started using drugs, I am
uh-huh.
so curious how many of these, I guess, issues started to relax for him a little bit. You know, he could kind of eat better, not better, but eat more of the things that he was restricting himself of because he was on drugs and you don't care about some of those things when you're on drugs.
And yes, ma'am,
Controlling things, and he
I'm
could
glad
just
you
maybe
asked that question.
sometimes let them go.
Well, obviously, and I think we all understand this, and I know you'll know this because of your experience. Bryan using drugs, in my opinion, was absolute self-medication. Okay. He was
Mhm.
self-medicating because of a lot of the issues he probably had. The self, awareness, self-depressing issues, the way he saw himself. On heroin, you don't care. You don't care about anything at that point. So that's a way to get away from all of that. Okay. And like you just said with the eating thing and so on and so forth, absolutely. This was nothing. I have a child that also has many of these other problems. All of my boys that are mine, that I biologically made, are ADHD, and probably on spectrum. One of them self-medicates and has his whole life with marijuana, smoking weed. He was put on medication when he was younger. He was told to take medication. He refused to do it. So he smokes weed. And it doesn't really regulate him the way it should. It calms him down because other than that, he's super in your face. Okay. And he's not a nice person. This is one of the ones that I don't really socialize with because he's so miserable, because he won't realize the issues that he has and he won't deal with it. And he was diagnosed with ADHD, same as me. But he was also, because of his mother's side of things, I think, is where it came from. Very possibly, I think he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder as well, and will not medicate. So he's up and down, up and down, up and down. When he's up, he's good, he's great, he's awesome. But when he's down, it's horrible, and it's so negative, you have no idea. and he smokes weed on top of that. So it's very hard for him to regulate. He won't hear it.
When he doesn't have the marijuana, is it
It's bad.
okay? I mean, but then does he freak out about not having that as well?
Yeah, he does. When he
Okay.
knows he doesn't have it or when he's not going to have it, we know it's coming.
Big blow up.
And he gets very negative. He's very negative about a lot. And he thinks he's a victim all the time. He's this, he's that. And he learned a lot of that from the creature because that's who she is. She plays into that as well. It doesn't help. That's her baby because he is the youngest in that marriage. I have 3 children from that marriage. He was the baby. He was treated like the baby. He was the baby, spoiled rotten. And then when he became an adult, he expected those things still, I think. I'm not going to play that. I'm sorry. You're a grown man. You're treated like a grown man. I never played that game with them. She does it, still did it, or did it then, still does it now. And that doesn't make it easier. And it makes him worse, I think. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. And then now Caden is different because his mother and I both, from the beginning, when we saw the things that we saw, took him to doctors, got things done. We were very involved. We tried to get it, to make things easier for him throughout his life. He was put on a 504 plan, and then there's another one that he carries throughout college if he goes, which I can't think of the name of it. And I've wondered this about Bryan, if he was ever on these plans when he was younger, the 504, and then there's something you can get and carry on through college. I know somebody in here is going to say it. We've talked about it before. I just can't think of it right now. It's something they do to help you through schooling with focusing issues. Like, for instance, they gave him the ability to, if he wanted like one of those bouncy ball things, he could use that as a chair in class. If he IEP, bingo, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Carmilla. So yeah, my son is on, and if he decides to go to college, he has an IEP for that and a 504 plan that will carry him all the way. So I wondered, because there was talk that Bryan was diagnosed younger. His mother was a teacher, you would think, she might know these things. If he was on an IEP, then. Now, if he's on an IEP, they will carry through to college for you, unless he breaks away from it and doesn't do the things you're supposed to do. So if he was, that would mean WSU knows about it, okay? That's the point I was going to make. Now, if he broke away from it and he didn't keep going with it, then they wouldn't have known. They have no idea to know this stuff. That's all I'm saying. Which is an interesting thought, and I'm curious. Did you have an IEP or a 504? 504, I'm sorry. And did you carry that on through your career in school up to college? Because like I said, they told me, at least here in Ohio, he can use that all through college, and they have to adapt to help him for those things. So they give you longer times to take tests. There's a bunch of different things they do to help you through to ensure that you're going to get the education you deserve. So, this also could explain, with a lot of what we just heard, what people call obsessive behavior, why Bryan was obsessed, per se, lack of better terms, with the things that he studied, if that makes sense. The serial killers or whoever they were saying, he was obsessed with this. He was obsessed. He had a high interest in it because it was like, my son is a musical genius. If you put bookwork from school in front of him, you might as well burn it. It's garbage. Math or reading, or not reading, but math and language, science, all that. None of that was interesting. Just like they explained with Bryan. It was not interesting to him, so he did not focus on it. Anything with music you put in front of this kid, and he knows it like that. He learned how to play instrument. He plays 7 instruments. He taught every one of them to himself, except for the saxophone he did in school. He sings like a bird. He taught his levels all to himself. He doesn't read music. He can't read music. I mean, he does a little bit because of the marching band, but not very well. He does it all by ear and by his own teachings because it's something he's interested in. So he obsesses over it, okay? For lack of better terms again. Shows a high interest. I like saying that better. And does very well in it. So I'm just saying, this is how this stuff works, you guys. And that is how I think people took him and misunderstood him, because the things that he was discussing that people said were inappropriate, no, it just means that he had a very high interest in it. and it was something that he was very interested in dealing with, that's all that means. It doesn't make him a serial killer, just as much as we're all in here right now. You could almost say I'm obsessed with true crime,
Oh
and
yeah.
that
Easy.
we're obsessed with this case. Logan, you told me when I first met you that you started in on true crime at 9 years old. And what was that?
Absolutely.
What was that the crime that you were interested in at 9, Logan?
Charles Manson.
You see my point, folks? 9 years old, and she's interested in Charlie Manson and that whole thing. What 9-year-old do you know that wants to sit and talk about Charlie Manson and that stuff? Not
Oh, I'd
many.
sit in my room and read book after book after book, not because I was crazy and wanted to kill people, but because I needed it make this make sense to me. I don't understand how somebody could do this to somebody else. Make it make
Bingo.
sense. Hyper
Thank you.
focused, and then it was over from there.
Now, put that and attribute that to Bryan Kohberger and his studies. It's the same damn thing. Okay? Right there.
Yep.
That's 100%. I'm glad that you told me that because I just remembered that. And I'm thinking, that's the same thing. It is the
It
same thing
is.
with different circumstances. Absolutely. Just as much as I was interested in horror, folks, at a very young age. I was making prosthetic hands that bled when I was 12 years old.
Oh, that's cool.
It was crazy. I took classes with um oh my god, he's a special effects artist. That's what he does.
Oh,
And like
that's cool.
Tom Savini. I took special effects classes with him. I went to school to be a special effects and theatrical makeup artist. I couldn't do it around here, but I did it. I can do it right now. I could do all sorts of crazy shit for you guys, but I don't have any way to get a job with it. So it's just a hobby. Okay. And I love that kind of stuff. I like understanding how does this look so real, but it's not. How do you do this? How many people you know that'll run up to you and say, guess what? I can make blood and it looks real and I can put blood clots in it for you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is what I'm saying. Everybody has their thing. Okay. And I've always enjoyed it. I'm obsessed with collecting toys. I'm obsessed with true crime because I want to understand, like Logan said, I want to understand how and why these things happen. That's why this case has always been something. I hate this case, you guys. You know, I say this daily. I absolutely hate this case. I cannot walk away from this because it doesn't make any sense. And I need to, not want to, I need to understand what the fuck is going on. Excuse my language again. But I have to. I don't understand it.
It's like we won't give up until we get the answer, but it's got to be the correct answer. And then I have to know
Right.
everything about that answer, the inside and out of that answer, and it's got to sit well with me.
Yes.
Because if it
Yes.
doesn't feel right, then it's not right.
Yes.
And I've got to
And-
keep digging.
And here's the part that people just ignore, especially the guilters, the the Gonsalves family, for lack. I don't like to say it like that, but that's what they've done. They don't want to understand nor accept that we're really here because of them. We're really here because we are horrified at their loss. We're horrified that they have had to lose a child in such a horrific way. And we want to know why, how, and who, because it doesn't line up with what we were told. And that is, again, why we're sitting here, because they can hate us all they want to. They don't understand us. Okay. They don't understand it. Why do you care if I lost my daughter? Because we do, because we care about people, because we care about each other, because we care about the truth. Okay. Because we care about like real justice. Nobody should ever lose their life, let alone in a way like that. I mean, and just not get the real justice that they deserve for it. And that is why we're here. And
What I
sorry, I'm
don't
rambling.
understand, no, you're fine. What I don't understand with the family is, first I want to say, I don't think personally I say it enough that I am here because of the victims.
Yes.
And I don't think I say it enough, and I probably should, but the end goal is justice for the victims. That's all that we have them, we're doing this with them in mind. But even if the families think that Bryan Kohberger did this, that is perfectly fine. But when I'm reading documents, I literally think to myself, Okay, I wonder what Steve G would think if he sat here like I'm doing and read this document and saw these 3 lines on this document that said there are 3 different footwear impressions in Xana's room that are clearly shoe prints in blood. And you want us to think it was one person who did this? There are 2 different bloody footprints in the victim's blood on Dylan's jacket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. That's why I want them to read the documents, and I don't understand why they won't.
I'm right there with you. There's 5 different weapon. Oh my god, I can't think today to
Mhm.
save my life. You know what I'm trying to say?
Wound patterns.
Wound patterns. There's 5 different wound patterns, which means there's 5 different weapon model, whatever the hell the word is. Anyway, that's important. And as a family member of a victim, that should be like, wait a minute. What do you mean 5? How are there 5 different wound patterns when there's one murderer with one weapon? That doesn't line up. That doesn't make sense. This K-bar knife didn't have serrated edges on it. It doesn't have
No.
no. So where's the other weapon? Where's the other? And I think Logan, I think Steve sees this. I think Steve knows this to some extreme. And I've said this before, and I think that I know it's maybe not a good way to put it, but I think that Christy, because it gives her knowing that in her mind that they have this guy in prison, that he's going to be there forever or whatever it is, that it gives her closure. If you take that away, if you pull that element away from this, that closure is no longer there. And that's why I think she's not willing to see it or understand it, because she doesn't trust in it. And I think in the back of her mind, that tells me that she does know. She does know that there is another answer to this. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and Sarita made a good point in chat too. She said if the G's admit to reading stuff, then they can't keep up this act. And that's a really good point.
I fully agree.
That's a good point too. Yep.
Fully agree.
Okay. This is horrible to say, but let's say this was one of your loved ones, one of my loved ones. Yes, I would be interested in the DNA skin cells that are on the knife sheath. Let's say it was legit left at crime time. Okay. I would be. But if I heard that my loved one put up a fight and there was male blood on that knife sheath mixed in with my loved one's,
Yep.
then that had to be at crime time. So I'd kind of want to know the blood over the 10 skin cells.
Yes. I fully agree with you.
And I don't understand how they never once mention it. They don't bring it up. I don't understand.
Well, let me say this too, because it has happened. I found out that Christy has been asking other people questions. Thank you, Michelle, so very much for that, dear. She went to who's that guy we had on the verdict room, Logan? The crime scene specialist. He's a coroner as well.
Jeffrey Gentry.
Jeffrey Gentry. She questioned him. They were asking him questions. Now, if you're dead set, Bryan did it. Why are you asking somebody questions? Because in the back of your mind, you know something is not right. I fully believe this. I think she knows this. I think Steve knows this. They're asking, and they've asked other people questions. They went to Mowry or whoever, I can't remember who for sure, and said about the knife sheath when they said that the knife sheath was found on the floor. They went and asked him, what's this all about? Oh, it's just a bullshit thing they brought up to run their narrative. It's wrong. Christy, don't worry about it. Move on, so on and so forth. What are they doing? They're directing the narrative and keeping her in that boat. They don't want her to step out of that box because they'll see the truth, and we know that, okay? So they keep feeding them this bullshit, repeated bullshit, just like the thing I told you guys that Steve told us how they were going to use, or no, that was this morning on Sarge's. They were going to use that, they were going to show in court that thumbprint in multiple different ways that was on the strap, okay, from previous periods of time And from current periods of time, well, how do you? That's what they told him. They told him that. That's how they were going to present it at the trial, folks. They're telling him these things to keep him going forward in the direction they want him to. God forbid Steve takes a left for a minute and finds something. Holy shit. They got to grab him and bring him back into it. Okay. That's what they've been doing this whole time. They cannot just, that's why I think that they used them for one point. We know that they used them to push the propaganda because they knew they were going to, because they were very, very verbal. Okay. But they're telling them everything they need to keep him in this boat. They will not allow for him to hear things. And because when they question him, they go to him with, well, what about this, this, and this? No, 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 no. Don't listen to that. That's more bullshit. That's them just trying to mix it up, trying to mess it up, trying to screw it up. Don't listen to him, Steve. What does that tell you guys? Come on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is absolutely.
I'll be right back, Logan. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I can understand needing to take a break after it first happens or whatever. You got other stuff to deal with. It's too hard. It's this and that. But we are almost 4 years out now, especially now that the person that they think committed this crime is doing the PCR and there could possibly be a trial and all of this. You would think you would want to have the knowledge. They have a whole foundation where they help with other families who have people, loved ones that are unalived, and they're helping them with DNA and things like that, but you're not helping your own. And then we have Steve G and, sometimes Christy, and, talking about Kaylee and how she can't be replaced and things like this, but he's got a whole other daughter that he completely gave up on. That's sad. I mean, I don't know. Nobody's perfect. I understand that. And I do think that they have every right to feel how they feel and think how they think. It's their life, not mine. But if it was my life, I would just want to know. I would want to know way more. I would want to know every detail of every document, every fact, every interview, every person, everything. And if I had to spend my whole life getting that information, then that's what I did because it's my daughter. But I would not want to be out here not knowing all this stuff, but having people that I don't know knowing it because they're reading the documents, knowing it because they're following everything. Yeah, you're right. It's got to be a strategy. It's got to be something. I don't know, maybe keep them in the victimhood. I don't know what it is. I think about it so much and I couldn't imagine being in their shoes and not spending my entire life reading every letter of every word in every document, everything. I just logically thinking, I'm sitting here like just looking at it as a whole. There's no way that one person did this to 4 people. There's no way that one person would walk into a house with music playing, all the lights on, when there's 100 houses around them with people sleeping that would have been much easier victims. With a whole dog in their house, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around it. Yeah, exactly. Rogue says, so them bitching about not getting the evidence is moot. They get it now and they don't read it. They just don't read it. That's absolutely right. He sure isn't sporting his hex hat like he was in the beginning. Good point as well. The Gonsalves have something to hide, and the slagging of BK's family when they've been quiet but respectful, and it must hurt them. I'm honestly, oh gosh, I can't wait to listen to Turvey's new interview. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. I have to potty myself.
It is interesting.
I have to potty myself. I'm going to be right tobacco.
Yes, ma'am. By the way, thank you guys. I just realized I want to thank you all very much for helping us. We're at 13,509. Thank you for that. Continuously growing upward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing, and I absolutely, you have no idea. I very much appreciate it for that. More than you guys know. Um, so if you guys have questions, again, make sure you put those Q's in front of it. Um, I would love to get into that stuff. We can definitely when she gets back. Um, this has been an awesome show. I am very grateful that we went through this to understand and learn this stuff. I'm grateful that you guys were here to do it with us. For sure. I think more people need to read these documents to understand who this guy was. And as to why it's just one more thing that points away from him for me, in my opinion. Very much so. All right. Thank you for our mods for sticking here and hanging out with us. Welcome, Kim. Good to see you. Yeah, Turby's interview, from what I saw, and I didn't get to see the whole thing, but it was very interesting. If we had more time, we could review it together and react to it, but we're into it already pretty deep, so. Bubbles is in the house. I hope everything went well for you, Bubbles. Thank you for being here. And guys, if you want to jump in the Discord with us and jump in the sauce, that's how you do it. Come on in, and we do jump into the Discord a couple times a week. We try to and get everybody together in the general voice chat and discuss some things, do a little bit of a live dive. Whatever you want to do, we do it in there, have these great discussions. So come on in there if you want. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. Ugh, that sucks. You know the cocktail, how to take it. Hopefully that will help you. What was the name of that lawyer he was on? Watch the whole thing. Yeah. Crime and Justice with Ratuno. That's the interview we're talking about. That's the one we reviewed over at Sarge's this morning. I'm going to be doing it too. Yes, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button. Share it out. Make sure you subscribe to Bronx Tales True Crime for Miss Logan. Please and thank you. Very much appreciated. We have both communities locked in here today. All you got to do is hop over. We have that link pinned somewhere in here, or it's in the chat. It was. If not, let's make sure we redrop Logan's link, please. Oh, that sucks, Bubbles. I'm sorry, hon. That's rough.
What I miss? What I miss?
Nothing really. I just was thanking everybody again for being here, and to make sure everybody hops over and hits the like button and subscribes to you.
Sweet.
Thumbs up. So we have some questions coming.
Cool. Just so you guys know too, just on my side alone, I have probably 8 to 10 FOIAs coming that we've paid for this week. So there's a lot coming. It takes about a month or so, 3 weeks ish to get them pretty much. So in about 3 weeks, we're going to be bombing y'all with a bunch of information.
I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Are any of them, are they all surprises, or do you know who they are, or?
Yeah, I can give you what some of them are.
That way everybody knows what's coming. And here is her link, folks, for PayPal. If anybody wants to support her, it's so greatly appreciated to help to take care of those for us so we can get that done, because they're not cheap. Obviously, we know that. And every little bit helps, folks, in helping to go towards that, to bring them when it's time to get them.
So I am going, well, first I'll start with, we were going to get Natalie Gauss, which is the sorority sister of Kaylee that Kaylee did not like. She made
Oh,
a video one
being
night when she was out at the bar, and there was a pumpkin sitting there, and that's who she's talking about, where she says, "This looks like Natalie Gauss's face," and she's looking at
oh,
the
wow.
pumpkin. Yeah, that's her. So that's the one I was supposed to get that I got refunded on because Accomplished Day ended up getting a invoice for the exact same, and we
Oh,
figured it out like, wait a second, we got the same invoice for the same interview.
right.
So, and I was just like, you can have it. It's not a big deal.
Well, I can't wait to
So
hear what her take on Kaylee is then.
yeah, I don't think it's a super long interview because I think the total was like $120, which is not much for an interview. So
Right.
it's not going to be very long. This one that I'm looking at right now is about a $300 invoice. This is all calls for people in possession of large knives or large knives found between the date of the crime and March of 2023.
Ooh,
So a couple months worth. And that's $300. So that's a lot of information just on knives.
I wonder. I wonder if that one is the one that might have Gabe Miller's interview on it.
Gabe Miller doesn't exist. I FOIA'd that and they told me it does not exist. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So somebody sent me an obituary and something else about his. They believe it's his that Lana was claimed to be his mother.
Yes.
That is actually his grandmother, and her the sister or something passing away in 2015, I think it was, or something like that. So yeah,
Was
I'm a
she
little.
murdered?
I don't know. Didn't say anything in that. I want to look into this more though because I have an interest in that corner after hearing that story. So they probably. It sounds to me, Logan, like they never followed up with that at all. Not
No.
even which they. If you would have came to me with something like that after this happened, I'd have been like, "What in the hell?" That would have been my number one suspect. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just saying.
There is an interview with a gentleman named Patrick Butner, which they took DNA from. So that interview is coming.
Very interesting.
Not not a long interview. It was only $50, so definitely not a long interview. But they did take DNA from him, so I figured,
Wonder
who
why.
knows what's said.
Yeah,
What's this one? Chase Dixon. That interview is coming.
I know who that is. Yeah.
That's a $250 FOIA. Let's see. Brennan Crawford interview is coming. That is $150 FOIA. Who else? Oh, this one's a big one. ISP Report 171. Van Leuven interviewed a number of people regarding a tip that has come in regarding information from a Moscow citizen with a redacted name. The caller, who is redacted, contacted law enforcement to provide a tip about a woman named redacted who said that she worked with a man at wherever she worked in Moscow. And this man told her a story he had heard from somebody else about a man that she had met prior to the homicides who might actually be the murderer. They redacted forwarded pictures of a typed statement by this man where he admitted to committing the murders. And
What?
this interview is $500. So it's a lot of information.
We want that one for sure.
Yeah. Oh, that's paid for. It's already paid for.
I can't wait for that one. I'd like to know who the hell that is.
So
Admitted to the murders.
Yeah, when I tell you I've paid well over $1,000 just this past week,
I know.
It's been a lot.
I fully believe that. Yeah.
Been a lot.
Dude, that's oof.
Yeah,
Can't
it's
wait.
in a report. 171, I think, is the report. This one is nope. Not that one. 50. I don't have a response on that one yet. Let's see where we're at.
Wow. Bubbles. SRB's asking, doesn't that guy live somewhere on the East Coast?
I don't, off the top of my head, remember. I'd have to read the report again. I was going through reports and requesting stuff, so
I will have to go back and look for that. I wrote it down.
that hasn't been answered yet. Okay, the rest of them haven't been answered yet, so, but I'm sure they will return something. So there's a couple.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Yes.
Hold on here. So I had a question up here for a few minutes and I lost it. Hold on. Hey, Bubs. Good to see you. Bubbly Waters in the house. Great to have you here.
Also, I know some people were asking for the interview with Gideon. Also doesn't exist.
Huh. Or it's the FBI interview, one of the two.
Well, so they'll come back and say if it's FBI or not.
Okay.
And these two specifically, Gideon and Gabe M, do not exist. Because I got a response for like Connor Chestnut, Allie Benson, and a couple other people that were just FBI, so I can't get them. And trust me, I FOIA'd the FBI for them as well, and they tell me no.
Of course.
Privacy.
Of course. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Why I don't understand why privacy pertains with the FBI, but it doesn't with ISP or Moscow PD. You know what I mean?
It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. And I told you before that, you know, the envelope that was sent to the sorority that had the clues in the envelope and the handwritten letter, they denied me for privacy on that one. It's an anonymous letter that was sent directly to the sorority, not to a person, from my understanding. So they don't want us to know that information.
No, they don't, obviously. And it's obvious and evident when they do that exactly what the answer is as to why. We know.
Yep.
We're not done. So Sarita is asking, Logan, did you listen to 4/14/44 on Lynn Lane 1330?
I'm sure I have at some point, but it doesn't ring a bell right this moment. 4:14 would be right before Murphy starts barking.
Let me see if I can pull it up for us real quick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Positive Perspective says it's crazy considering Dylan had Gideon written on her arm.
Gideon was here. Yep.
And the fact that she was supposedly with him that night. So why would you not, if you've interviewed random Delta guys and random Sigma Chi guys that didn't have anything to do with anything, why would you not interview Gideon, or at least try?
You should have. She kept saying, she said it, I don't know how many times, that she was in and out of the Sigma Chi house with him all over the place. So I think he would be important to talk to just to verify that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which he says, oh, and Gabe had a very impressive knife collection and said he had been inside their house and could have killed them all if he wanted to. Didn't even call him.
They didn't even say his name twice. That's the problem I have. Unbelievable to me. Yeah. Either that's just absolute incompetence to me. You have a report on it, but you didn't check it once. Come on.
Yep.
What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, buddy. Yes, Turvey has spoken. Brian's family reached out to Dr. Turvey. That was clarified in this interview today that we were talking about. And I'm guaranteeing you at this point, this goes back to what I said, that I think that Turvey, in turn, has reached out to Brian because of that and spoken with Brian and told him this is what you should do. This is what we know. And Brian and put it in Bryan puts in his PCR report that he knows certain things now that were not handled the right way, and I think it comes from that conversation, I'll be honest with you. So, this is the Linda Lane footage. You said 1440, what was it? Um, hold on. 1440, 44? Is
414.
that what you said?
414.
Or it's 414? I thought it was 14. Sorry. 1 minute. 414 and 44 seconds. That's right. Just a minute. So it's up at the very beginning. Okay. All right. I'll start 413. Or wait a minute. You're talking are you talking about 414:44 up here or down here at the bottom? By the actual time stamp that's on it or by the video time stamp? Welcome, El Guapos Nachos. I love your name. Well, that's the other thing, Jesse, is that Turby threw Bicca under the bus today, too, in that interview. So 414:44. Is it the timestamp on top or the actual video timestamp that you want us to hear? I guess I could do it a lot or do both of them. The actual time, Sarita. Up here then. Okay, thank you. Let me see. We'll start here. 414:07. Did you hear something?
I didn't.
Try it again. I have a little bit, Donna. Okay, I hear something there, like sounds like a male voice saying something, but it was at 414. Well, I guess it was 44. I can't quite make out what they're saying though. Right there. Did you hear that? It's just a tiny little clip of a male voice. Somebody said it sounds like Jacob. You have to have earplugs in, I think, to hear, or earphones in to hear it, because you're not going to hear that. I don't think otherwise. It's very quick and very faint.
I can hear a noise, but I can't make out what they're saying.
It almost sounds like Jacob real fast or something.
Oh, I have no idea.
It's very hard to make it out. It is definitely a male voice that sounds deep. I agree with that. There's so much to hear in these, you guys. There's so much to hear. True Crime Forensics has the. Okay, I didn't know. Hold on.
I don't believe a lot of the things he says, so I
I
don't
don't
watch
either.
them.
I don't either. I was gonna say that myself, but
Just make stuff up.
you have studio monitors set up. Oh, well, okay. Hold on. Let me clip it back one more time. Yeah, I kind of stay away from him.
Yeah.
No disrespect intended, but I do. It almost sounds like a sound bite, Logan, like just a piece of something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I struggle with some of these videos on Linda Lane because they have been manipulated and they've been through so many different hands. I don't know what to think. I mean, some of this stuff, if you can give me a raw, and I mean raw version of this, of course I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to them anyway. But it's hard to trust and believe in some of these. I think, um, that's all.
Yeah. Offset said, no, I can't hear much at all. The sound
It
faded out.
Yeah, it like I said, it sounds like a sound bite, just a piece of something. You know what I mean? I use headset and slow down speed. I hear. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
I mean, I do see how you could hear that, like I said, but because it's so faint, it's so small, and it's so fast, it's hard to take it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If this is so manipulative, then why? What do you mean by that? Why? Why? I'm sure people have manipulated all of this to make it fit to something. Steve came out with a version of this at one point in time too, and he did say that he told people to put out misinformation, and he did it himself. So I don't know what to believe with these. Aloha, Dad, I'm sorry, Aloha Da 86 says, why is there no 1112 cam video for 12:21 a.m.? This is where at 2:21:07 we can hear loud and clear, "Oh my god." Then we hear female voice screaming, "Mogan," then Maddie, then something I haven't figured. There's a lot of that. I know what you're saying.
That's why we don't have it,
Right.
because they are saying stuff and they don't want us to see it or hear it from 1112.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that, because Jules got that audio that starts at 226 or whatever it is, and it was not supposed to have sound to it. They gave it to her with sound on accident.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's on purpose we don't have it with sound.
I fully agree. Have you seen the footage of Murphy over by Jack D's dumpster stick? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have. Many
Yep.
times. Many times. We've gone through that, broke it down, backed it up. We've looked at everything you can look at. Did you see what Jules reviewed last night?
Yes.
That one part where he says, I can't remember what he says, but is your wiener out or whatever the hell he's saying? Like, I was like,
Yeah.
what in the hell is this? It was hilarious. I was dying last night for that one. Where's the footage of the girls arriving home?
Yeah.
Great question, Jeeves. I've been trying to get that footage. I've requested it 3 different ways because when Olivia says she saw them come home, the way she explains it is if I'm correct, and somebody will correct me, she says that she sees them get out of the car and go into the house and then come back out and walk the dog. I remember her saying that, okay? You can't see that from the 1112 footage. You can't see that. So, and I'm telling you, I know that there are other cameras, guys. I know there are. Well, again, I'm going to go backwards. When thou shalt not kill Rory, okay? When he went here and walked all around this entire area, I had him live and we were streaming it live on a couple different channels. And he was walking around and he was pointing out cameras. There's 3 cameras that are sitting directly across from 1122 that they've never pulled. And then we have people like Whitcomb saying, and Steve Gonsalves saying that there is footage out here that has never been seen that they know exists. I'm telling you, there's camera footage out here that may have that type of stuff on it, and they will not let us see it. They will not let us see it. We found the cameras, guys. I can show you exactly where they're at or where they were, okay? But I don't think they've allowed for them to be put out.
I mean, that's one of the first things or rumors that we heard, whether it's true or not. That's one of the first things we heard in this case, that there was video of them going into the house, coming home, going in the house.
Agreed. And Jack Decor took that light bulb cam and gave it to the Gonsalves family. Okay. And so I have to think that he took other camera footage as well. If he went for that one, I bet you he went for other ones. I guarantee you they've had them. Bubbly saying, hey, Dylan, what's up, buddy? That timestamp is 4:14:42.
It's one single dog bark.
So that noise is the dog bark, then. That makes more sense, Bub. I'll hear it. Play it again. Now think of it as a dog bark now.
Yeah, but think of that as a different dog barking as somebody or people are cutting through a backyard or something. And somebody else's dog is barking to alert that there's some people back there.
Sure. Good point. That does sound more like a dog bark to me than a word. I got you. That's a good call, Bubbly. Interesting. Thank you, Logan, for the quick response. I know it's been a long day, but it's sure going to be a boring night without you. Hope to see you soon. Give Bronxy my love as well. Well, maybe not. What are you doing tonight, Logan?
Not much. I don't think much.
So if I did another show here a little bit later and I decided to go in and review Dr. Turby's interview, would you be interested in joining me for that one again?
Oh, yeah. What time?
Let's see, it's 5:45. Maybe in a couple hours. An hour and a half, maybe. Or I just don't want to drag this on nonstop for like, we're at 4:14 or no, what the hell? We're at 3:58. So what time can you go? Like, you tell me a time and I'll build it around that. I just want to give you a break and give them a break.
Yeah, you want to do like 2 hours?
I can definitely do that.
7 my time, 8 your time.
Sounds like a plan. Absolutely,
yeah,
I can do that.
Because I really want to hear this interview, and if we do that, then I won't watch it first, and I can give my raw reaction to it.
Well, and that's the thing is, I only saw pieces of it. I didn't see the full thing, so we can do that together. I think that'd be fun. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I came in probably 3/4 of the way through it and just watched pieces of it with Sarge, and then I was done. So,
cool.
We can do it beginning to end, completely break it down together. I think that'd be a blast.
Yeah, that would be awesome because I really want to listen to it. So that'll be great.
Absolutely. 100%. So 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock your time, which is Pacific or Central?
I'm Central.
Central
So I'm an
time.
hour behind you.
I always get these time zones messed up. Sorry. All right.
Living Well says, see if Jules is available.
Oh, yeah. She's definitely well. That'd be awesome if she's available.
Yeah.
I would love to have her. Yeah, I'll reach out to her, see if she wants to join us as well.
Okay.
100%. That would be a blast, actually. And yes,
That would
of
be
course,
fun.
we'd love to have you all here. So please do.
Yeah.
I'll believe Olivia when I see the footage. Until then, I will believe that's where I'm at with
Oh,
it too.
yeah.
At this
For
point,
sure.
the only thing I believe she saw was the car turning the corner and going past the camera. That's all I think she saw. But you cannot describe that the way she did. Okay? You cannot describe that at all. The way she did, because it's not at all what she said. She said she saw them get out of the car, go into the house, and bring the dog back out to walk him. We didn't see that, so no, you didn't either, unless you saw a different camera. I fully agree with that.
Absolutely. Yep. That's what I believe.
Michelle joined the club. What's going on? I want a refund. He never answers my questions. He can buy what question did you ask me? I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I just explained to you I have ADHD.
We just went over this.
Where the other wait a minute. Were the two others walking their dogs interviewed around 10 and 11? I know that the one they have a video out on, that's what Jules, I think, reviewed last night. They did interview him, but I only saw one. I only knew of one person walking their dog. And that's the one that saw the door open, I think was from 9 to 11 or something like that, right?
Yep. His Justin Nadeau.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
And I'm checking for the other questions. I don't get to see it all because sometimes the chat's moving too quick. So my apologies, and I don't purposely miss your questions. I swear to you. I'm not ignoring them. That one too. Whitcomb on his first interview said there were clues. Why is Hunter Johnson the only name mentioned on the second interview in 17 chapters, golf, and injuries? Let me read that again. Chris Whitcomb on the first interview said that there were clues. Why is Hunter Johnson the only name mentioned on the second interview and 17 chapters, golf, and injuries? You're talking about the 17 chapters, the 17 holes, the golf thing, and injuries. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Michelle. I'm sorry, hon. I'm trying to understand. I am not ignoring anybody. I can't pull up every question, you guys, I swear. Or every statement. I'm trying to find the ones with Q's in front of them. You guys have no love for me today at all. I'm so sorry. Jesus. Do you see any questions that have Q's, Logan, that I might be missing? I'm not trying to. I promise you, I'm trying to see them all. Oh, yeah, she wants a refund. Of course, I'll send it back. If I got anything, I will send it back. I promise you. Bronx Tales, I got 5. Oh. Bronx Tales got 5 new memberships that she gifted. That's awesome. And welcome to the pack, you guys. That's amazing.
Yeah. Surprise.
Very much so. You see any questions I've missed? I'm trying really hard to see them. I don't know.
Don't.
Did the G family get that footage, that the alleged camera on the? I don't think so. You know what? That's a good question, Susan. Do you remember this, Logan? there was supposedly some kind of a school project going on of sorts. I don't ever say this the right way. I know I don't. And they had a tripod in the backyard area somewhere, and there was a camera there. And when this happened, people came and snatched it real quick, and off they went. I can't think that law enforcement would allow that to happen that way. So I really struggled with that thing the whole time.
I never believed it. I always thought it came from like a dot or like a dot type person
Type
in this case.
situation.
I
Yeah.
never thought that that was true because that doesn't make sense. Because if it was, law enforcement would have that and then they would know how many people and all the little details, except for maybe what the person's face looked like. So I just didn't ever really believe it.
Right. I'm looking, Bubbles. Hunter Johnson beat Ethan by 17 holes that day. And then he mentioned it in his speech. Oh, yeah. I got you. I remember that now. Ethan had 17 stab wounds. I don't know if I can go with that. I don't either. It might just be a very severe coincidence. Some of these things, you got to kind of let it slide by the wayside because they're just kind of ridiculous. And I mean, I get what you guys mean by it, and I see how it could be interesting to look at, but I never thought it meant anything. That's just me. That doesn't mean I know, Michelle. I'm just teasing too. No worries. That doesn't mean it's that I'm right by it. It doesn't mean that it's not something of importance either. It very likely could be, and probably very well could it is. You know what I mean? And I'm telling you guys, I watched this other interview last night. It was with Hannity, with the Gonsalves. This is a tour they're on now. This is a Bryan hate tour that they're on, is what they're doing. They're going from place to place to place. Today Show, Sean Hannity's, this and that and everything else. They're doing it's another propaganda tour is what we'll call it, to prove that Bryan's this horrible monster. That's all they're doing. And I got to tell you, I'm so tired of hearing this entire hate campaign. That's all it is. It's hate mongering, period. If you want to believe that Bryan Kohberger committed the crime, that's fine. But if you're going to do that, then you need to go read every fucking document that we've seen. And you tell me that you still believe that after you do that. That's all I'm going to tell you.
I feel like that's only fair. I'm so tired of hearing, and we've said this a million times. I'm just so tired of hearing guilters say the same thing over and over and over without actually reading the documents.
And having any kind of proof whatsoever, Logan. None.
No basis to it. It's just what's been rumored. It's what's been said on mainstream media because they seemingly haven't read it either.
Right. Right. And they've even admitted to not reading the damn documents. But you're still going to make you're going to say the things you do on the basis of not knowing anything.
Yep.
Does that make any sense to anybody? And then you're going to attack the people that have read all these documents multiple times, some people, and are explaining something, and you're going to come out and tell them you're a piece of shit. Come on.
Yep.
There's other people that have read these documents too that are going through them word for word for word, and they have approached these people. And again, I'm not trying to attack them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious as to how and why this works this way. Okay? And they'll say things like, the statement that was made that blows my mind still. Are you going to take and use this amazing organization you put together in a positive statement to look into and have the hair found in Ethan's hand tested? The answer to that was, and excuse the phrasing, but this is exactly word for word what was said. I absolutely would if it was real. Now kindly go fuck yourself. Okay. Okay. I don't understand if somebody was attacking her daughter specifically, okay, and calling her out for things that are not true, making attacking comments, whatever you want to say, I would understand that type of a response. Okay, somebody is coming in here asking you and complimenting you on creating an organization in your daughter's name, which is amazing. and saying you can use this organization to go do something good to get some truth out of this, and you don't even want to blink or think about hearing it.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't get it, Logan. I don't understand it. They don't want to hear it. Okay.
Nope.
And it seems like they have been, and I don't want to say this, I'm saying this very lightly, but almost in a sense like brainwashing. Okay. When we watched the interview with, I think it was the Brian one with the Gonsalves, Olivia was there and said that it was brought, Cyree brought it up and it was basically telling him, this is what you're going to have to go through. They probably didn't tell you this, that, and all that stuff. She starts to flip out and she's like, but that's not going to happen. He's not going to get a hearing. He's not going to get a trial. He's not going to get this and this and that because he waived all this and that and everything else. You don't understand this, do you? You don't get this, do you? You're wrong. Okay. You think because of the reasons that he's applying for PCR that he's not going to get a trial? The reasons that he's applying are horrendously horrible. They're very bad reasons for somebody to be applying for PCR when his own defense team did not do their job. And he didn't know that. Okay. So what you're saying is not true. He answered those questions that Judge Hippler asked him that you presented, sealed up, like you said. They were nice and tight questions, all that, whatever you said. He answered those to the best of his knowledge. At that point, he didn't realize what was going on from the way it was explained to us. Okay.
Hindsight is 2020.
Yes. Thank you, Bubbles. Yes. Very much so. And yes, Jeebs, Christy did talk a lot. Christy talks a lot in most of the interviews. Steve will talk a little bit, but not very much. I think she wears the pants. I've said that. And I think she's in control of what they believe or not believe.
Rogue says she's getting her info from ChatGPT, which is notorious for telling you what you want to hear.
Yeah, I've done it. Listen, Dylan from Hildreth Investigates argued with his AI program to the point and proved to his AI program to the point that at the very end of it, his AI program agreed with him. It's not real, folks. It's AI. You cannot ask ChatGPT these questions. It's going to tell you what the news is telling you until you keep proving it wrong, and then it will tell you a different story. Read the damn documents, because you're the one that told us to stop reading the documents. If you remember, you need to read them, not stop reading them. You don't want us to read them because you know what it's telling us. So you need to read them. That makes no sense to me. None.
It's for me, it's the fact that they don't want to.
Right.
I can't wrap my brain around it. I can't.
Well, okay. I think they don't want to, Logan, because I said this before, because they know it's going to tell them something different than what they believe.
Yeah. I mean, we've got Kaylee's blood all over the living room. Now we know that it's on the chip bag as well. And if it's on the chip bag, then it means it's all over the couch. But also, not only there, the stairs going to the first floor, all that stuff, but also on the ceiling in the hallway of the third floor and above the bathroom in the third floor. And that cannot possibly be cast off from inside Maddie's room. Something happened in that hallway as well. Something happened in the living room. Something happened by the couch. Something happened by the knee wall. Something happened by the first floor stairs. And then it was brought upstairs. And it happened on the third floor hallway before they were taken into the bedroom.
Bingo. So explain that. Also, like with the sock. How did the sock end up on the second floor in the living room area if they never left the bedroom?
Right. Which kind of now makes me wonder, did Kaylee change into some Doc Martens and was planning on going somewhere, and that's why the Doc Martens are in the living room as well with the sock? Were they taken off of her?
I mean, that could be if she had more than one pair, because there was, which is very plausible, because, you know, ladies have multiple pairs of the same type of shoes, just different colors and stuff. But we did
Mm-hmm.
see Doc Martens in her closet in her bedroom, which is why I always thought those weren't hers. I think by process of elimination, we kind of brought it down to the fact that those might be Dylan's actually. But you could be absolutely right. That's a good point.
I mean, I could see her having white ones, black ones, brown ones, short black ones, tall black ones.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. Very good point. Very good point. That is an interesting. I never thought of that. And she was caught right in the midst of doing that, and it was they were taken off of her. That's a good call. I like that.
Could be.
Or Sarita's saying staging.
Yeah, could be.
Maddie's were in her room, right? And Kaylee was wearing tennis shoes that night, just so everybody knows. She had on white tennis shoes, and I just took under the I guess it was an assumption. Maybe we shouldn't do that, but it stated in one of the statements that Kaylee was getting ready for bed when they were up there in her room, like hanging out or talking or whatever, and then they left. So if you're getting ready for bed, I'm guessing that you changed your clothes, maybe had on nothing but socks or slippers or whatever. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
that's, I think, where a lot of us decided and probably figured she didn't have any shoes on, which is where, again, it came when Dylan says she hears the stomping up and down the stairs of the boots. I never thought she was hearing Kaylee. I think she's hearing, if you're hearing anything, if that's true at all, you're hearing one of the killers.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I always assumed.
right. That's been my assumption the whole time. Oh yeah, it'll be fun, Zippity.
Yeah.
We're making up for lost time. We haven't got to do many of these.
No.
I think those may have been Xana's. Right, there you go. That's a good call too, Tomboy. But I never thought they were Kaylee or Maddie's because we saw Maddie's. Kaylee's, I thought, and like Logan said, she could have had multiple. 100%. Girls have. There's like 5 different colors of those things you can get. I think.
I mean, it's all speculation. We know Kaylee had changed and was getting ready for bed and stuff. So I really don't think it's hers. But how does one sock end up downstairs and one sock halfway on your foot?
Right. Yeah. And I do too. I think the boots on the stairs belong to whoever one of the perpetrators were. Thank you, Bubs.
If they think that Kaylee wasn't on the second floor, but yet her sock is there, do they think that one of the killers picked up her sock and brought it down to the second floor with them? Like, how else would it get there? Kaylee would have had to have been on the second floor.
That's basically what Chris Whitcomb wants you to believe, and that's what was said last night. Like, you want us to just think that that's what happened? It doesn't make any sense. She had to have moved from that position at some point, gone to that area, and that's how that worked. Now, from my understanding, there were people last night saying there was a sock in the bed that they didn't match. I think the socks Kaylee had on were gray, and the one in the bed was white. And I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but that's what my understanding was.
Hmm.
And the one in the living room was gray, and it was found with blood on it too, from my understanding.
Yeah, I do. I think Kaylee was attacked in the living room first. I think that makes more plausible sense with all of her blood down there.
So then let me ask your opinion. If that's what you believe, because that's what I believe too, why are they pushing that it was Xana so bad, Logan? What do you think on that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to really sit down and think about it, why they're pushing for it to be Xana. I feel like they're pushing for it to be Xana, just not really thinking about it and giving a response right now real quick. Is they need us to believe that Xana ordered that food. They need us to believe that Xana went down and got that food. They need us to believe that Xana brought it to the kitchen. And if they need us to believe it, then they need us to believe that time frame as well, which would put Xana in the kitchen at the time that their intruder came in through the back door or was at least upstairs already. So it kind of fits with their time frame, and they need us to believe that for some reason. And I don't know why. I don't know.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Excuse me. I feel like there's something, thanks, Bubbly. There's something, I feel like it has something to do with the narrative that was created and pushed by law enforcement. It has to stay there somehow or another. But then, it's challenging. Thank you, Ro. It's challenging Dr. Sutton's, reports, so on and so forth at the same time. And it's like almost like they don't want to do that. Any of them. I don't know if there's a reason for that or not. And I think the only person that has challenged that and has gone against that is Dr. Turby. Am I wrong? Everybody else that came forward still sticks with that whole Xana thing.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like interviewed experts, yeah, that's pretty much it. Reports are different, but interviewed experts, then yeah.
That's kind of what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for something, so bear with me. Are there any other questions in there?
Not that I see, but I do have to run a couple errands before we go live later, so I'll have to jump off. They're saying that Jules is live right now too as well, so just so you're aware if she doesn't answer.
Okay, I'll try to reach out to see what she said. If not, it'll be us, but I would love to have her join us as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to set it up right now. Actually, I was setting it up as well. And thank you for joining me again. Great show. Amazing conversation as always. I'll have this set up and then I'll send you the link right over. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to hop off so I can get a few things done. And then I will see everybody back here at 7:00 Central Time, 8:00 Eastern Time. That's right.
Ma'am.
Thank you, everybody, for showing up for me today. Thank you for the gifted and everything that you guys have done for FOIAs today. I will see you here shortly if you guys want to come back.
Sounds like a... Hold on. Wait a minute, Logan. You got to see this. This is too funny. Thank you, SRB. What are you guys doing? This is too funny. This is great. Hold on. This is funny as hell.
Okay. I'll wait a second.
Mods, Dago just said pussy on air. Handle this. It's Bronxy. You, me, Bubbles, Offset, Bianca, Jen. This is hilarious. You guys are a trip. All on the phone.
Wonder Mods unite.
This is great. I love it. You guys are hilarious. That's awesome. On it, Mr. Bronxy. And that's Bronx doing it. That's great.
That is hilarious.
You guys rock. I love it.
It's a Bronx's sauna. That's so funny.
That is awesome. I love it. Thanks, guys. And Logan, thanks again for joining me. I'll see you here shortly. Everybody in the house as well. Pedro made that, I guess. That's awesome, Pedro. Thank you.
That's so funny.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys here in a little while. I hope you guys have a great couple hours. Enjoy yourselves, and thank you for joining us. You guys rock and roll. Don't forget to hit the like button on both sides of the fence. Share it out. And please, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.